Does that work? Yeah.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday for Road to Legends Season 2, Group A. Here are the competitors.
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate, there is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me, this is how legends are made.
So there's a little sneak peek of everybody that's taking part tonight in Group A. We will go through those shortly, but I'd just like to introduce the panel joining us tonight. We have underneath me the fabulous Malteser Falcon.
Hello. Hope we're all doing good.
Just to the right of him, we have the glorious Don Gaming.
Hey guys, hope we're well.
And to the right of me, we have the mysterious Louis, who seems to have just had to pop off, so I'm sure he'll say hello once he comes back.
Yeah, I think he was having some family issues, so he's just had to run away for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Here he
Never
is.
have children, people. Never have children.
So, shall we just get... Here he is.
Sorry, everyone, for the disappearing act.
There you go, anyway. There's Louis.
Yeah, all good. Thank you very much. I hope everyone's good.
Yeah, that's good. We're all good, thank you. Right, so we'll get straight into going through the competitors, as you've seen in the sneak peek video that's been done for us by, I think it was the lovely Mal. Well done for the great work there. We'll start off
There's
with...
Eloise mainly this time. Just to
Oh, was it Eloise?
credit her.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was Eloise this time, yeah.
Shout out to Eloise for that great video. Some lovely work there. So anyway, we'll start off with the first name on the list, Harry Ingram. I believe this is Lewitt's man. If you want to give us an insight into him.
Harry, yeah. I don't know a great deal about Harry, other than apparently the man absolutely loves Notts County. Now, what's all that about? I mean, honestly, Notts County. I know he's a regular in sort of Billions draft. I've not seen a lot of him in the drafts, to be honest. So I don't know a lot about him. But as I said, like Notts County, really. I can't talk really being a Pompey fan, to be fair. But hey ho.
Has he got any previous drafting history or anything, Lou? Or do we know anything?
I don't believe he's got any ranked draft history.
He was in our qualifiers last season. I believe he didn't get out.
Okay.
Hopefully,
I think he finished fourth. Yeah.
Hopefully, be aiming to go one better then, and maybe try and qualify this time.
Yeah.
Anything else to add on him, or
no?
Crack on to the next one?
No.
No worries. That's great. Next one on the list is Ward. I've been covering Ward, so I have sent him a few messages to get a bit of information. Obviously, we know Ward from being on the qualifiers from the Road to Legends last time, and he did make it all the way to the finals, which was a very good show from him. He's also been in FMTM Group C, I think it was, and he managed to gain 1 point out of that. So maybe not as good showing in FMTM as he did in RTL, but still, he's got to be a name that's maybe mentioned with his RTL performance from last time. Just a bit of a background in him. He's currently doing a Rochdale save. I asked him if he's looking forward to the draft and the games. He said it looks to be a very strong group, and he's just going to give it a go. Due to recent performances, I think he might be on about FMTM. He's got no real nerves, but he's just looking to do whatever he can, really. He's not really got any expectations because of his recent performances. But, I mean, I beg to differ. Recent performances in RTL, quite good. So I'm hoping to see a strong showing from Wald. Next one on the list is AJ NRK. We'll pass over to Don for this one.
Yeah, AJ is one of the best drafters out there just now. I believe that he's maybe had a couple of difficult ones recently. Obviously, lost to Jeb 11-3 in last season's RTL finals. He actually won the first leg of that as well. I think it was a 2-1 in the first leg and a comfortable 10-1 win for Jeb in the second leg as AJ tried to push to get back into the game. He finished second in the FMTM finals. And was in the last FM22 playoff finals. He's also won the Callum Cup recently, which is one of the many amazing community drafts that's popping up around the scene right now. So, he's a very strong drafter. He drafts quite similar to what we've seen in the past from Limo, who might be a bit more known than AJ. He'll draft players that fit him. He'll not necessarily go for the names. So I'm curious to see how he does tonight, but I expect that he will be someone who's really looking to progress out of this group.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what AJ does. I echo that he's a very strong drafter, and he's always in and around the finals, isn't he? So definitely one to look out for. Next on our list is one of my good friends, Y Gourmet. We'll pass over to Mal for this one, if we can.
Yeah. So Gourmet's sort of relatively new to the drafting scene. He's only been involved in one ranked draft before. That was also FMTM using Group A, where he finished third. I think he just lost out on goal difference from memory. I think he both got 8. Him and who was above him? Him and the person above him got 8 points, and he lost out on goal difference, so he wasn't able to qualify for the finals if he had the chance. So I've been talking to him a little bit. He is feeling confident about the draft so far. Post knowing the stip. And his game plan is that he's going to entertain to the best of his ability. So he could be putting out some interesting tactics, and he's also going to try and pick players that fit his system. So he's not. So I think he's sort of along the lines of AJ. He's not going to go for maybe bigger names. He's going to go for players that actually sort of fit into whatever system he's trying out this time. He's been a good guy to talk to. Quite willing to share some stuff.
Yeah, he's an all-round good guy. He was a fellow host on the Football Nation podcast, and I've drafted with him a lot of times in community drafts and stuff. So he does know his way around things. He's also got his tactical videos. Hopefully, he might spring a tactical surprise tonight. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Next one on the list will be go back to Mal again. It's Saint Grimme.
Grimme is this is going to be his last draft for a while, so he'll be hoping to make a bit of a impact going out. He's been in RTL a few times before. This is his third RTL, but his last one was in September, so he's had a bit of a break. He was in the group. He got to the group stage last time, so sort of similar stage to this time. So hopefully he can progress one further around this time around. And he's also been a regular FMTM panelist, and he also helps out behind the scenes in that tournament too. And he also made the playoffs finals in the same one AJ did. I think he got knocked out in the groups in the finals, but he is still a very strong performance, and he's ranked 23rd in the world, so he's no slouch. Is Grimme.
Plenty of draft experience by the sounds of it from Grimme. Maybe another one to watch out for there. And next competitor is FM Mircon, and I think we'll head over to Don again for this one. Don.
Yeah, so Mircon's someone who I've drafted with this cycle. I drafted him in the FM Managers Cup, which is one of those tournaments that's sort of between ranked and community. It's not ranked, and it's invite only, so it's not really a community draft, if that makes sense. And he done very well in that. He made the final. I can't remember if he won that final or if he came second, but he done very, very well in that. A really tough opponent, really nice guy to play against as well, on chat too. He was also in last season's Group B. I can't remember his exact result for that, but he was also the runner-up in the tag team at Turmoil with Shotty, which was a very impressive performance as well. He's someone who's been a bit more involved in the community draft scene as well, so he's someone who's really starting to put his name out there and start to pick up some results. He was unranked at the start of FM23. He's now up to 29th. So that really shows you the progress that he's starting to make. And if he can continue that progress, as I believe Dick and Chuck were talking about the other day, this sort of 30th to sort of 10th isn't too far different. Gets a couple of results tonight, he could really push himself up those rankings.
Yeah, maybe another one to watch out for. Then this seems like it's going to be a very close group so far. Next one on the list is Cambodia, which will be me. I've sent Cambodia a few messages. He's very much looking forward to the games tonight. He's going to bring his dark horse mentality. He's got no nerves, apparently. His current stream save is Build a Nation with Vaduz in Liechtenstein. Drafting experience, he's non-ranked at the minute, but he's previously been in FMTM, where he won Group A. And I understand that he was a finalist to Ali, I think it was. Lost to Tyler in the FM Super League qualifier as well recently. But he's also been in the Koza Cup a few times, done a few community drafts as well. So he seems like he's got a little bit of draft experience, maybe just on the edge of breaking into things a bit more. Maybe looking to give us a solid performance tonight. So we'll have to wait and see. Last one on the list is Simji, and we'll head over to Louis if that's okay, Lou.
Yeah, absolutely. This guy is actually one of the qualifiers from last season. Finished third, really strong showing. Probably could have actually won it in that last game week had it not been for a disappointing loss on the last week, but managed to get through. I think his top two was by 1 goal, wasn't it? But there's only 1 point I think back from that. Some very good results against the eventual winner as well. So I think he will be. He's a bit of an unknown as well. So he's not ranked. This is the first one, but he is part of a tactics group. So I think although a little bit of an unknown, he's had a bit of a taste of what a stip that we can bring in for everybody, and that might hold him in good stead. To be fair.
That sounds very good. It sounds like we've got a very tight group tonight, and I expect the games to match the information that we've just been given from all of our panelists. How are we looking for the draft starting? Have we got time to go through a few player picks? Let's just have a look.
I believe they're starting shortlisting soon, so we can probably look at 1 or 2 picks, and then we can before the draft starts.
Yeah, no worries. That sounds great. So let's go around a little bit. I'll start off with Lou next to me. Have you got any standout picks or players not to pick off the top of your head, or?
I'm just having a look through now. I've been wanting to do the just get into the draft and see what everyone's picking and get about. Just having a look in the list at the moment. There's a few. I'm just having a look at some of the bad picks. I mean, with the budget that you've got and the players that are available, there's 1 or 2 in there that are probably very highly priced that you really don't want in there, that going to take up a whole bunch of your budget for no value. You see Kante, £61 million, but probably with the stats that he's got is going to be, that's far too highly priced. Although obviously one thing you got from that is this probably going to be one of the more consistent performers. I think again with the qualifiers on Thursday, I think the 200 million is going to probably take out some of the top players, unless you can do what Drapes did, and really draft well and just pick that last really, really good player with that might be a game changer as you go along.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. There is a lot of players in this pool from my point of view that you can get that are really good value for money. Rodrigo de Paul, 14.5 mil. Jude Bellingham, 14.5, I think he is. Lacroix, I think he's only like 4.5. I think Hakimi for Jebaru last season was absolutely on fire, and we've seen him across multiple drafts that I think he should be a first pick for anybody. We'll just bring Mal in and see what he thinks about picks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to agree with you on the Hakimi pick. He, I think, has sort of become more sort of shone into light more with the how he did for sticking past to the playoffs too last season. And obviously we've seen him with Jeb in the RTL final as well. He is amazing for his price, only 25 mil, so he is not even that expensive. But also in terms of good picks, you mentioned Bellingham and Rodrigo de Paul, two very mid-range price, but very, very good value for money. Sort of a bit more on the expensive range. Angel Di Maria for 30 million. He's quite a well-known name for his time at United, and he's obviously at Juventus now. But he's a fantastic inverted winger. He can play across that attacking midfield three. He's got 19 technique, 17 crossing and dribbling and long shots, 15 pace acceleration. So despite him being advancing in age, he's still quite fast. He would probably be my honestly must pick if I was gonna pick anyone first.
Sounds very good. I think we've got about a minute left of shortlisting, so we'll pass over to Don. Any good picks, bad picks from your point of view, Don? Any must picks?
I'm going to surprise the world, and I'm going to say that my first pick here is Kurt Zouma. Just hands down, you're not going to beat him for physical and height. He's not cheap, but he's not massively expensive. I always forget his price, but the guy's just an animal. He's decent in the tackle. He's a monster in the air. It really wouldn't surprise anyone for me to say that he would be my first pick. I'd probably try and complement with a Maximilian Arnold. It means you have to get a bit more legs in the midfield to work around Arnold, but again, it means you're getting the balls on Zuma's head for those set pieces. In terms of budget picks, and again, it's someone who'd go into the midfield and doesn't have legs, so it's not someone who I'd pick if I got Maximilian Arnold. It would be Joey Veerman. He's £10.5 million, and there's very, very few better in possession. He's a bit on the weak side defensively, but on the ball, the guy's an absolute monster for £10.5 million. I think he could be an absolute steal. Out with that, I'm just having a little look at some of the lists that we've got, and there's so many good players. You've got Ibrahim Sangiari, who is an absolute rock of. He's basically a cheap version of Kante. He's the worst version of Kante at £4.8 million. But in this stick value pool, you've got £200 million to spend. I would rather have a wish Kante than an actual Kante, because you don't want to spend £60-70 million on a player who can't shoot. Yes, he's good at just about everything else, but he gets a nosebleed if he goes past the halfway line. And if you can get that exact same kind of player for £4.8 million, I'll take the £4.8 million. Thanks very much. I've got some money to spend on someone who's going to score me some goals.
Yeah, definitely agree. Very strong pool today, £200 million budget, just to run over that. So let's see how we get on. FM may come with the first pick, picking Ciro Immobile. Very strong pick.
I was going to say that's not surprising. Immobile's been probably the most consistent performer I've seen in draft mode. Even FN22 is really good. Especially in group stages, he seems to get absolute bags of goals. I've found he should be everyone's first pick.
He was very, very much won me a lot of Scouse House drafts over the last FM cycle.
I think there's a few people that would say Immobile's won them a Scouse House draft over the last couple of years. He's unbelievably good. I'm just seeing Jude Bellingham was just going as well to somebody.
Gormley's first pick was Musa Diaby. Now, I'm not aware of the guy personally, but the guy has got pace. 18 pace, 18 acceleration, 16 agility. He can dribble the ball. His crossing's only 12, but playing as can play as a wing at either side, and that bit of pace, we've talked about it before. Is that something that is that 15 million pound? Is that something that we can use?
Yeah, I've got some news. AJ and RK has just lost it. I can't remember who his first pick was.
His first pick was Vlahovic.
It was Vlahovic. It was indeed. But Garfo was still available, and he said before this was going on, as everyone was getting into the lobby, because I was watching the stream, he said the one player they wanted to get was Garfo. He knows he doesn't get him past the first round, and Garfo goes the very next pick, and that's why he's got his head in his hands. He's absolutely devastated that he's not got Garfo there. I believe it was Grimmy that got Garfo. Interesting pick here from Wald. Sean Longstaff at £3.5 million going as your first pick. I like Wald. Wald does have a very unusual drafting style, but that seems a very high risk first pick for me. A very high risk.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of strikers go, really, I think, in the first picks. Go on, Mal, sorry.
Yeah. There's another interesting pick just gone, Danny Ings, which is not going to please a certain person who made my shortlist because he absolutely despises Danny Ings. I don't disagree with him. He's not like an amazing player. He doesn't really stand out in anything, but he's an all-round good striker. Like I guess I wouldn't pick him first, but he's alright. The short Longstaff pick is
Grimmy's pick, if you don't mind. He has just gone for Umar Sadiq, who in real life I really don't rate this guy, but in FM he is an absolute animal. He can dribble, he can finish. His physicals for a £5 million striker are almost unmatched.
Yeah,
I think he's actually been reduced in price from last year, but all his physicals, his jump and reach, his pace, his strength, they're all 16, 15, 16 and above. I think it's 16 and above because I use green for that.
Pace, acceleration, jump and reach of 16, stamina and strength of 14, big 6'4" as well. Probably lacking a little bit composure of 12, but other than that, that's a good budget pick.
Yeah, FM Miakon going for João Paulinho. I think that's his second pick. Pick he just had. I didn't see who he got on his first pick. Did anybody else?
Miakon. I'm not sure. It just got flicked off there.
I believe this might be his third pick because he got Ødegaard as his second pick.
Yeah, was he the Danny Ings pick maybe?
I don't think he was Danny Ings pick. I'm generally trying to remember because he was the first pick, wasn't he? He got Mobley as his first pick. He was the first pick, wasn't he? Nikon got first pick.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, that is correct.
So it's already looking at a very strong squad.
Maximilian Arnold has just gone. I think White managed to catch who actually got him, but he's just gone. Followed by AJ taking Nicholas Sully and Grimmy taking Aaron Ramsdale. I think Aaron Ramsdale was actually a very good pick in this spot at £11.25 million. One of the best sort of mid-budget goalkeepers.
Yeah.
Third pick very early for a goalkeeper, though. He must really want Aaron Ramsdale.
Yeah, it's not like there's a shortage of keepers in this pool either. There's a fair amount of keepers in around that 10 to 20 million marks, but it's a bit of a risk going with him this early. But he's probably got a plan in mind. It's sort of something you do in draft, but sort of keepers you trust. Because sometimes you get keepers who you think, they're good, but then they just have a massive clanger, so you just immediately discard them into the bin.
Yeah,
so I think that's goalkeepers in general for this FM, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? They're all even the £100 million goalkeeper would probably be the same as a £5 million goalkeeper. So you just wait till a bit further down the line, I feel, from my point of view. But
Danny Ings is going to be paired up with former Southampton or West Ham? Either way, former Ajax striker Sebastian Haller, obviously just recovered and getting back into some form for Dortmund in current life, but £5 million. It's an interesting front two there from Harry Ingram.
And Simji's gone, and I believe he picked him as well in the qualifiers. Simji's gone for Alexander Mitrovic, who did have a very good qualifiers.
Well, a pick from Wald there, getting ex-Villa player, Courtney House, 900k. I mean, I don't know what he's playing at. He obviously doesn't want to win.
I think we're going to see again like we saw on Thursday, though. So if people can save enough money, they can go for that massive player rather than going for that massive player and then struggling towards the end. You go for what you think is good, and then if you got the money at the end, then you go all out on it.
Yeah, I think if you go back to last season as well, Wald won it on a budget that was very, very similar to this. I think it was a £250 million budget, and he spent £150 million on that, and his first two picks being Messi and Alisson. And then it was a lot of budget picks. So Wald seems to like this, having a lot of his money in one or two players. So maybe he's just doing it the opposite way this time and seeing what players he can get around his budget picks, and he's picking players that he can trust.
AJ just picked an absolute cracker at 14 and 2.5 million. Thomas Souček is a player that I like to pick. I understand what you're saying there, Don, but from my perspective, really, when I'm drafting, I like to spend the main amount of my budget on my starting 11 and then get the subs in after. But we are seeing lately in drafts, especially competitive drafts, that may be scrimping and saving a bit early on to then take a bigger pick towards the end.
Yeah, last season, Wald done it the other way around. His first pick was Messi, his second one was Alisson, and it kind of caught us really off guard. We knew he was going to have to budget pick the rest of the draft. So it surprises me to see him doing it this way. Mirkon's just taken Jared Bowen, by the way, which I think is a cracking little pick at 15 million. I don't think he's outstanding, but I think at £15 million is probably about the right budget for him. Followed by Aaron Cresswell, also at 50 million. So a couple of back to back. Is Aaron Cresswell still West Ham when I say that?
And still is a decent draft pick to go as a left back, either as the fullback attack, which is seemingly the meta this year, or even as a wing back. He's still, despite starting to his legs are falling off in real life, aren't they? But he's still very good in the game.
You're telling me the fullback attack is the new meta. Give me 10 minutes while I go and change all my tactics, guys.
We're on Gormy's pick now. He's just picked in Jose Sarr, 10.5 mil. Before that
another
pick,
keeper going.
Yeah, another
keeper going quite early.
Yeah. And he still had £141 million going into his fifth pick.
Yeah,
I think that's true though. With the goalkeepers going early, I think it's people trying to grab their keepers before they disappear. You wouldn't like we said, you wouldn't go for somebody that early for those sorts of budget picks unless they are somebody that is a mainstay in your drafting thing and has done well for you in previous drafts.
Yeah. Something I'm finding quite interesting is we're not really seeing any of the high value picks. I mean, we've just seen Jamie Vardy going just now as well. So, but all the sort of the bigger picks have been in this 30 to 40 million pound range. We've not seen a single player, at least that I've spotted, above that yet. That's not to say that I've not missed one, by the way. They're all in this sort of mid-tier value range. And I wonder if that's maybe why Wall's gone the way he's gone, of taking the budget picks early, because of the fact none of these big players are going. If he can save enough and have a team that he's happy with at the end, he's going to have the pick of 2 or 3 of these guys that he wants. We've got the Premier League in there, we've got Ligue 1 in there, we've got the Eredivisie, which has some really good talent in there. Austrian Bundesliga is, as Anko mentioned in the chat earlier on, has some absolutely top quality players at Salzburg. You got the Serie A. There's a lot of these mid-tier value players at that 10 to 20 million pound mark that you can build a solid team from. And it looks like a lot of these guys have certainly researched this area, because that is where we're seeing all the picks right now. There goes Kifrin Thuram at 950k to Ingram. Again, a fairly decent sort of holding midfielder. I don't know how good he is right now. I used him last season and I wasn't all that impressed with him. But I know a lot of people have used him this year and really, really enjoy him. So there's obviously something to him this year.
Yeah. Is another budget pick. Like we've seen 2 players under £1 million go within the first 6 pick. Well, first how many picks are we on? 40 odd picks. So people do seem to be going for that budget quite early. But Thuram is a very, very solid, very solid budget pick for this level. I think he is probably one of the few people on the shortlist that are midfields that are below 1 million on my shortlist, at least. I say my shortlist is Martin's shortlist.
Tell you what, see, when we're talking about the goalkeepers, by the way, you guys were mentioning a lot of goalkeepers have gone nice and early. I'm surprised that Alban Lafont isn't one of them. Alban Lafont is a really, really good goalkeeper in this game. In terms of, if you want a sweeper keeper, he is one of the best assets, in terms of being balanced between shot stoppers and sweeper keeper. Yeah. He's £3.8 million. I know he can't develop like he can in a normal save, but for £3.8 million, that's money you can spend elsewhere. And I reckon you'll get as much out of him as what some of these guys are going to get out of an £18 million goalkeeper.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I've just seen a pic from Wold. Central
Breaking
defender.
transfer news, sorry. That is Hakimi gone. That is Hakimi gone. I missed who said it, but I had to just jump in there, Luke, because I spotted
That was
Hakimi
Simji, I
going.
think.
It was Simji. Really good pick there from Simji. Look, I'm going to hand it straight back to you, but I thought that was too good a spot to mess up for my promise to AJ there.
No, absolutely. I mean, you only have to look at the last season for what Hakimi did for Jebaru in the finals. He was absolutely incredible. But going back to Bakal, £4.5 million from Udinese, and I'm just looking at him and I go, wow. How is this guy only £4.5 million? 15 heading, 15 marking, 16 tackling, 14 pace, 15 jumping reach, 6'3", and even his mentals are absolutely incredible. That is an absolutely incredible pick.
Yeah, he's quite good. That's Rodrigo Bacau, I think you're on about there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Udinese.
He's a very good player. Gourmet with Edison Alvarez, 13.5 million with the last pick from the 24-year-old centre back.
Very versatile player is Edson Alvarez. I used him a couple of FMs ago, and he's very, very good as sort of that CDM. He does CDM really, really well, and he's a ball playing centre back really, really well. He's not the centre back you're going to go and ask to win balls in the air, but he does everything else to a fairly competent level.
Sure.
Right.
Nathan Collins, that's not the Borussia Dortmund one, is it?
No, Nathan Collins is the ex-Burnley lad, isn't he?
Yeah,
right.
Centre back. Pretty solid.
No, I knew they were both centre backs. I was getting confused because I was like 7.2 million for the Dortmund one.
The Dortmund one, isn't it Nadimi Collins?
It very well could be. I knew it was an N Collins, which is why I double checked that. Gourmet has just drafted the shortest centre back in the game, in Lisandro Martinez.
That's definitely not a dumb pick there, is it, Dan?
Oh, 100% it's not. 100% it's not.
I mean, to be fair to Martinez, if you're gonna use him as like, I wouldn't use him as a centre back per se, but if you're gonna use him as a DM, he's pretty solid. Like if you're gonna chuck him as like that half back or anchorman role, he's a very defensively solid player. Maybe you wouldn't pick him this early on. Like he could be, so you could sort of shove him in there, but I don't think he's for his price, especially 30 million. He's pretty good. Just not as a centre back.
I'm just going to pick up on a centre back that AJ has just picked. Niakate, currently of Nottingham Forest. The man has 18 long throws. He's a centre back. 18 long throws. On top of that, he can head, he can pass, and he can tackle. It's a great budget pick for me. AJ getting absolute top pass mark for me on Niakate. He's one of my favourite centre backs in the game, and this is a pool where you can actually use him. And if he has a long throw routine, I'd be scared. Very, very scared.
We just had Eloise in the chat say that Wald picked Messi. Now he's scraping the barrel, basically, which you can point out by the fact that he's got. To be fair, relatively budget wise, he's actually doing okay. But I imagine that's because he picked Messi, then all of his cheap players.
Yeah,
so
he's gone for Messi again.
Yeah.
No, it has worked for him, to be fair. I think, but the Wald doesn't play him in the advanced areas, does he? He plays him as a centre mid DLP. So he's taken advantage of the fact that he doesn't have that pace, but he's got the vision and the passing to try and pull some strings in midfield. If that's the way he's going to go with him again this time.
Yeah, I think we've obviously missed that Messi pick. So thanks to Eloise to picking it up for us and directing us to that, because we did wonder if he's maybe doing it the backwards the way he did it last season. So we're kind of sorting that out. Adverts all over the shop here, guys. Really, really sorry. But it's interesting. I mean, to be fair, Wald's had success with this. As Lewis says, he doesn't use Messi in the same way that traditionally we've seen Messi being used. So it worked for him last time. Let's see if it works for him again, because if it works once, if it's not fixed, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Speaking of Wallwood, I've just seen him pick Serginho Dest, who is a very, very solid left back, solid full back for the price. He can play on both sides, which is why I recommend him quite highly. Because if you're going to chuck him as a backup, you can just chuck him on either side of the pitch and he'll do well. Not the best defensively, I think his marking's 11, attacking 11, but going forward, he's pretty solid. I think he's got foot in crossing, foot in dribbling, quite pacey as well. So he's for the budget he's working with, he's a very solid. Whichever fullback he's going to use him on pick. We've also got Harry picking Wout Faes, which is the highest scoring Liverpool player in the Premier League after the World Cup at the moment.
I did like his pick as well just before that, Dominic Szoboszlai, for just under £5 million.
Yes.
Very solid winger for quite a cheap price.
I'm going to assume you understand the chat here.
I've also apparently missed Wall picking Boom Boom Kagayera, which is interesting. He is about 50 million years old, and his legs are pretty much dead. I think he's got 6 pace, 6 acceleration, so I'm not sure where he's going to be using him. I guess he could be sort of filling. I'm not sure where he'd fill in really. I guess he could sort of slick him in that sort of thing, go on just as roles like you could use last time. But yeah, it's an interesting pick, and I mean I rated it to be fair because of the Boom Boom Kagayera song, which I will need to send to you guys later on, because it is a banger.
Is that Fabio Quagliarella?
The
Italian.
Good. I can't remember his first name. To be honest, good person. He's the one who's been around for like absolutely. Yes, Fabio Quagliarella. Yeah. Originally Napoli, Juve, currently at Sampdoria. I think.
I'm just going to pick up on a couple of picks here. Simji has picked up my goalkeeper Alban Lafont, so see how he actually gets on in game. AJ has picked up a Lucas Klosterman, who is a solid sort of centre back, full back, can play all across the back line essentially. I'm not a massive fan of him in any of the defensive roles, but the fact that he can cover all three, I think at that price is really good. As well as Lacroix just going as well at £4.5 million an hour. Very, very, very quick centre back. One of those ones that will survive against those balls over the top, I think. And Ramos Christian. I'm not really sure on some of the names that are going now, so I'll maybe pass it back over to you guys. But I thought there was another pick that I missed in amongst all that. I'm really sorry. I was going to cover them all. There was like 3 or 4 picks in a row that I thought those were really, really good picks. So I just wanted to sort of drag attention to them.
Of course. Yeah. I've just seen Mirkon go for Zeki Shelik, who is not a name I'm too familiar with, but seems like a solid enough player, can play on both sides. He's sort of seen Dest go and thinking, oh, I need a footballer who can do both sides quite well. 16 work rate, so he's able to go up and down the pitch without really doing much effort. Good passing, good passing, good tackling, good marking. Not the best at dribbling, which probably limits his ability going forward, but yeah, solid pick.
I can't remember who picked him up, but I've just seen Barella go, and I've just been looking at his stats. And ball winning midfielder, slightly on the short side, probably not quite as strengthy, but the work rate and the tackling and the bravery and the aggression 19 could pick up a couple of yellows, but that is a very good pick to go in the centre of your midfield.
Yeah, that was FM Mirkon with that pick. That was the one I was just going to shout as well. I feel like that Barella is underrated in drafts for his attributes. I know he's lacking a bit of strength, but he's very well.
I think that maybe the price for his height and his strength maybe puts people off. 28.5 million, but I think if you look at the all-round, I mean, you could play him as a DLP as well. Vision of 16, pass of 16. So if you're looking for someone that might be able to change a game by change of role, then you have got a bargain there.
Yeah, I've just seen, and this is, if my memory serves me right, David De Gea was picked in last season's tournament, and didn't he do really badly and ended up being subbed out?
He did, yeah.
He has just gone to AJ, I think, if I've seen that correctly.
Chesney was the one that got subbed last year, but David De Gea has not had good drafts either, to be fair, in the ones that we've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
That's kind of
close.
my knowledge as well. Bastonia's gone to Grimmy. I believe we're stuck on pause. Grimmy, obviously, this is one of the issues with
that's probably
FM
the
this
draft
year.
record, I think.
Yeah, every time the host does something, he has to unpause it. So hopefully the guys can give Grimmy a nudge, because it's been paused for probably the longest time it's been paused. He has been quite good at catching them, so not going to be too harsh. But we are stuck on pause right now, which probably means we can't actually move, because I don't believe you can pick while the game's paused.
Yeah, well, we do
You
have
can
a
pick one.
winter
No, you
update.
can pick while it's paused, but obviously, if you're clever, you try and take the extra couple of seconds while it is paused.
We do have a massive
Yeah.
winter update coming through soon, so hopefully anybody watching from SI, if you can get that fixed
Yes,
for us,
please
that'd be
fix that.
brilliant. Right, so have we had any more picks since the Bastoni? And I don't think it was Simeone, Bastoni, not
It's
the
not the
Inter Milan
centre back. It's
centre-back.
not the no. It's not the centre back one. So I'm not sure. But while we are paused, let's have a look at him. Simeone Bastoni. Okay. Not bad. I mean, he doesn't lack in anything, but he's not particularly exceptional in anything. Highest things are tackling 15, determination 15. Everything else is sort of averaging between 11 and 13 or 14. So not like a massive player, but probably a good all-round player to sit in midfield as a ball winner. I think this has actually got it in down as a box-to-box midfielder with so many good rounded stats. It's probably not a bad shout.
Double pick for Wald there. He's just took Benrahma and Damsgaard. I don't think Gormy's going to be happy about that, because he was just looking at Damsgaard. So Wald there with two players that can play out wide.
I am not a huge fan of Damsgaard, but I know a few people that highly rate him. I'm going back to last year. I managed the Danish national team, and he is Danish, if I'm right, remember. Because I remember deliberately not picking him because his performances were absolutely terrible for me. So I've maybe got just bad memories of managing the Danish national team on FM 22, but it is what it is. I believe we've got Jono in chat, if I'm right in thinking. So hello to Jono as well. Obviously, the man sort of who created RTL. So shout out to him as well. We've also got Chelsea's fourth Stan, who was in our qualifier last week. Had a difficult time of it. Good to see you back, Chelsea, mate. Hope to see you again in the future.
Sorry, Dan.
No, on you go.
I was just going to say, we have had a lot of people in chat. Obviously, we've been very busy to start off with. So anybody that has said hi or has had a question, we're sorry if we haven't come across it yet. We're not ignoring you. We do know you're there. Please keep interacting with us, and we will get round to you as soon as we can.
Abu Diallo, 10.8 million. That seems quite expensive for what I remember he is. Considering some of the centre backs you can get for sort of the £2 to £3 million range.
Yeah, definitely. Richarlison just going there to AJ for £15 million.
Yeah, he's not a bad striker if you want someone in that range for sure. Like he's, as I probably suits AJ's system quite well, because he can sort of play on the wing as well if you need him to.
He's very versatile.
Richarlison was one of those guys that I used to try and pick every time last year, because it meant I could transition between a front three and a 4-3-3 with the two wide players. Him and sort of like Inaki Williams were like two of the prime examples that I always try to pick up, because you could do that seamlessly. Not sure how he is this year, but I'm expecting a decent one. Shigas Undar has just been picked by Cambodia. Not massively familiar with him, to be honest with you. I'm not even sure if I've pronounced it. Followed by Diego Carlos for Gormy, the Villa centre-back, I believe, former of Sevilla. Again, interesting kind of pick. And Martin Davruka, the former Newcastle goalkeeper, who has he had time at Man United recently as well, Davruka?
His loan was terminated in January. I think he's gone somewhere else now.
Yeah. I'm not a massive fan of him. I'm hoping he's kind of a backup keeper for Mircon. But, maybe he knows something I don't. Maybe he's had a bit of success with him in the past. He's also taken Noni Madueke, is that the PSV one or the Bayern one? I always
That
get
is
Musiala and
that is
Madueke.
PSV one, I think.
It
Yes.
was
Yeah,
PSV until January when Chelsea splashed out all the money and did buy him.
Oh, yeah. You didn't need to tell me that Chelsea splashed out money. It's like they've just got a rolling bank account that just sends money across Europe for football players these days.
Yeah.
Chelsea's forward will be smiling at that, I'm sure. Gourmet has signed Pulisic. Gourmet has signed Pulisic. We are trying to obviously get Pulisic back in the community. Gourmet and myself are kind of leading that charge, but Gourmet has taken his man Christian Pulisic. I'm glad to see it. Good man, Gourmet. Followed by Cambrodio taking David Selke, who I don't know a huge amount about, so I'm going to pass it to one of you guys.
Yeah, I'll have a quick look at him.
I think I'm most gutted about that Pulisic pick. Sorry, Mal. Is there's actually nobody in his chat saying sign Pulisic. So I'm a bit gutted about that. Anyway, over to Mal for the Sealy rundown.
So Selke is essentially, or Selke is essentially a guy who has a lot of good physicals. I wouldn't say he's Daniel James, but if Daniel James was a striker, he'd probably be this guy. 16 pace, 16 acceleration. He's very, very jumpy. Got 17 jumping reach, but technically he's got 11 finishing, 10 first touch, 8 composure mentally, 9 decisions, 10 off the ball.
What's his heading with that jumping reach, Mal?
13. So it's not
13.
heading's like he can jump
terrible.
and head, but yeah, it's not brilliant. I'd say.
Yeah.
I hope Cambodia's going to use him as a backup because I can't really see him being anything other than a guy who could just come on and just be very, very pacey when everyone's tired.
Yeah, it's maybe sort of like that upgrade to Dante and Alanga sort of thing that we suggested last week. You know, have that pace off the bench. The fact that he's got the ability to jump maybe puts him ahead of Alanga in that sort of sense. Iworth, how you doing, mate? How you doing? I believe he won our qualifier last week by a goal, if I remember correctly. Good to see you back, Iworth. Can't wait to see you. Hugh will obviously be back with us next week. Christian Gunter has just been picked by Grimmy. He is a fullback that I'm really not a huge fan of. I don't rate him as a fullback, and I don't rate him as a centre back.
Yeah, he's all right. Like, I think the main reason why probably people pick him is he's got 16 long throws. But
he can play a lot further up the pitch. So the 17 pace, 15 crossing, you'd probably want to play him a little bit further up.
Yeah, I suppose he's not terrible as a wing back. He's got 12 marking, 10, 12 tackling as well. So he's got something defensively, but he's definitely better out there. Whether they're still available or not, it doesn't matter. But yeah, he's relatively solid, I'd say.
Wald has picked Willian. Just because I noticed all the screens that I had were not able to show picks just now. Just thought I'd flag that up. Interesting pick, Willian, I think. How is his stats doing this year? Because I've not looked at him in a long time because I don't tend to sign players of that kind of age bracket normally. He's not someone I've ever used in a draft.
They're not bad. They're not bad. He's still got his technique is good. 16 technique, 15 first touch, 16 dribbling, crossing of 13. He's still got 14 pace. So he's as a winger. He's still not that bad. The game doesn't rate anybody really anymore, does it? Very well in draft. It's down as a 2-star sort of inverted winger on the left, but it can play anywhere along that role behind the striker. So he can play the attacking midfield, and he can play either wing, either cutting inside or running down the wings. So it's not a bad pick. It'd just be interesting to see how he actually performs. I think he was picked in the qualifiers, wasn't he? But I don't remember seeing too much of him. I'm sure he was picked though.
Yeah. I am seriously starting to worry about Harry Ingram's front line. He's just taken Che Adams. Bearing in mind that earlier on he took Danny Ings and Seb Haller. I don't see where the goals are coming from here. I really, really don't. Even in my offline save, I'm using Che Adams as Scotland manager, and I have moved him out to the left wing to play Bruce Anderson as a number 9. When you're playing Bruce Anderson over you as a striker, you have problems. Huge problems, I think, for me. If I was Harry, I would be really, really panicking about that front line. He has just said that he panicked for the Che Adams pick. I don't think he's a terrible pick. He's just not a goal scorer, mate. So you need someone around there that's going to score goals, in my opinion. Obviously, you build for your tactic. Of course, I'm not trying to obviously influence this. I'm just giving my opinion, mate.
I do agree with his frontline picks that we might see him struggle for goals, but he did pick up just before that Che Adams pick Manu Kone. Very well-rounded player, can play central midfield, defensive midfield. He can dribble. He's aggressive. He's got flair. He can tackle. He can pass. He's got decent physicals. Very strong. So I think he's building something where his back and his midfield are going to definitely be better than his attacking options. As we just see Idrissa Gana Gay go into AJ and RK.
He is he's a fantastic ball-winning midfielder if you want. He's got 18 tackling, 16 stamina, 17 teamwork, 18 work, which is very innovative in a ball-winning midfielder, I think. 16 concentration. He is basically the guy you want at the back. He can run a bit as well, so he's not going to be standing around doing nothing and just tackling. But if you want to get at the back, just being that very defensively solid guy who can sort of just run around and tackle people, he's your man, I think. And for the price, worth it.
I agree fully with everything you've just said there. I love Garnegay. He's absolutely quality. Anytime I've used him, he's been one of my best players. And that's in pools where you'll have much harder players to play against than this. So, really strong pick for me there. I believe Borna Sosa also went earlier on as well. Croatia's sort of number one left back these days. I quite like Borna Sosa, and he's not all that expensive. He's like £6.8 million. Eloise has asked if the GOAT has been picked. Eloise, I need to know who the GOAT is in your opinion. Mal might be able to clarify that for me.
I believe Eloise talking about Yusuf Poulsen. I think I did see Gormy hovering over him earlier on. Whether he picked him or not, I might have missed him. But I guess we'll see when we look at the squad.
I haven't seen him go. Gormy's last pick was Alex Moreno. Left back, now playing for Villa. He used to play for Real Betis. Quite a decent, well-rounded left back. We've seen a lot of Aston Villa players go in. I don't know whether that's because they've picked up form since Unai and Ray come in. But FM isn't based on what's going on in real life at the minute, so you need to remember to draft on in-game play and not what's going on in current IRL.
Yeah. Elvedi just gone. Gio Reyna has just gone to Gormy. Another very strong American sort of midfield player there for Gormy. Obviously known his American players quite well. He loves his American football. At the same time, maybe a bit shocked to see him because Gio Reyna is right now at the centre of all that American sort of soccer controversy, if you like. He's the major part in that sort of divide between different political parties, if you like, across there and involved in that. But you know, at the same time, still a very, very good player. Gormy will know how to use him, I'm sure, as well, because I know he's a big fan of his historically, so he'll use him a fair bit. So be interested to see how he gets on for Gormy.
Yeah, we just had Otavio go for Cam as well. He's a very, very, very pacey left back, 6'17", pace, 6 in acceleration. Technical stats, he's decently well-rounded, can go forward a bit, 13 crossing, 13 dribbling, 15 tackling, 30 marking. So he's not a slouch defensively or going forward. He's a very solid left back pick, and I believe his price is 7.75, which is he's found a bit of potential gem there for sure.
Eloise, in other news, the GOAT, as it were, Eloise has just been in Grimmy's chat. He has not gone, although he is now on Grimmy's shortlist. And Eloise has nudged saying, "You know what to do."
I do love Yusuf Poulsen. I will be honest. When I won Road to Legends, it was Yusuf Poulsen that won me Road to Legends. Back when I won it last year, the man is an absolute monster. Eloise, I'm on the same sort of page as you. King, on you go, mate. I know you're trying to talk. Sorry.
Sorry, Don. I would just have to put in here. Eloise is actually really trying to push this Poulsen pick now. She's in everybody's chat, including ours. Remember, Poulsen's a good pick, everybody. I love the passion for him.
So, if Eloise is saying that I can make the Poulsen pick, I will just go and get into this game, guys. Grimmy, send me the password. I will make a team. I'll just pick 10 random players from what's left. And I will take Yusuf Poulsen and I'll win this.
Yeah.
I think she's going to be distraught if it comes to the last pick and he's still there and he doesn't go.
Josh Doig has just gone to Wald. Now, Mal, I believe you picked him out as a sort of budget pick last week, if I remember. No, you couldn't have because he's Scottish, so you definitely could have done it last week. But I feel like you've picked him as a budget pick at some point in this that we've done. He's an interesting pick. He's
It's a bit weird one because he's a Scottish player abroad. He's playing for Verona, which is something I didn't expect. So, seeing as I remember him being at Hibs, I think previously.
Yes, he went to Hibs in the summer, to Verona in the summer from Hibs.
Yeah, he's a pretty solid left back, and he's can do a job of going forward and defensively. Quite quick, 15 pace, 40 acceleration. Mentally, he's not all there. That sounds like he's gone a bit insane, but you know what I mean. Like he's got 11 concentration. 11 concentration means he's probably not going to be fully on the ball per se. So
I think
he's solid enough.
He's the fourth or fifth player in recent years that's done the SPFL to Italy. You had Aaron Hickey, who's obviously now at Brentford. You had Lewis Ferguson, Liam Henderson, I believe, is across there now as well. I mean, I think he was sort of the first. But it certainly seems to be that the Serie A clubs have seen success, or maybe the first couple that have gone across, and they're just like, right, we're going to cut out the middleman and go and get them ourselves now. So it seems to be that they are scouting a number of our young talent, which, as a Scotsman's obviously a really good progress to see. Even if it does mean that they're cutting out my club as the middleman these days, which is a bit frustrating because I'd much rather we were picking up the guys and making a profit off them.
I just want to pick up on something, and I'm actually chuckling away to myself. We need somebody to go into the VODs after and snip these bits from Mal. The analogies coming out from Mal. One player's very jumpy, and one's just mentally not there. Absolutely, well done, Mal.
I'm going to pick up an AJ pick here, just while we're having a little laugh about that. Andrea Bellotti for £5 million. Now, I love Andrea Bellotti in single player. He was an absolute machine for me. But then I picked him in a draft, and he scored 0 goals over 7 games. And the only reason why I managed to compete in the draft was because my wingers were scoring. I have a lot of concerns about Bellotti. I don't think he's a terrible pick, but, you know, stat-wise, if AJ could maybe get a bit more out of him than what I could, but I used the same tactic in my single player as what I did in the draft. And he just was non-existent against humans, and that'd be my concern.
I can back that up as well. I feel like Bellotti was very much a player for last year's FM. I've had him this year, and I just don't feel he's the same player.
Yeah. I'm also just going to highlight to Gorman, if you keep picking players that I can't pronounce, you're coming back when it comes to pronounce them, mate. As Omar Richards got in Mircon, I think he's actually a fairly solid pick for 850k as a backup fullback, to be honest. If I remember rightly, he's got decent pace, all right tackling, all right crossing, all right dribbling. They're kind of the stats I would look for a fullback. So I think he hits all those sort of buttons quite nicely.
He also picks up another fullback, Javi Manquillo. I think we'll pass over to Mal because I'm sure he's got something to say.
We just go touch on which, as you said earlier. The main stand attributes of him is that he's got 16 teamwork, which for a guy coming off the bench to be sort of filling in that possibly attacking fullback role, the guy sort of wants to go on and just again boom up and down that wing. For sure.
He has just said in chat that he has to pick Forest players where possible, so he's obviously targeting Harry Ingram here, and Harry Ingram's very much lack of a front line. So
Yeah.
Do you want to jump in on that Gormy pick there, Don?
Truthfully, no, because I've never heard of the guy and I can't pronounce his name. So,
sorry, we'll go back to Mal.
I think something that's going to be pointed out when they face off against each other. That does mean that Mircon's a Forest fan and Harry is a County fan. So we are going to have a bit of a Nottingham derby in this group when they face off against each other, and that's and those picks of Forest players are probably only going to add to fuel to the fire. Seeing as I don't think Harry can pick any Notts County or ex-Notts County players in this draft. I'm not sure they've made it up that high yet.
FM Mircon is in the chat and he's saying he's going to pick Jay Ling. So if he scores in the Forest derby, be interesting. Go on, Mal. Sorry.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the Forest players you can pick up for very cheap. Jesse Lingard is only 5 mil, and as Omar Richards is like 850k. And these are very like solid backup players. Like I think let's see Lingard. I think he's got 14 dribbling, 14 long shots. His pace is not bad either. I think it's like 15, 14. I think pace and acceleration. So he's picking players from his favorite team. He's also picking players who could do a very good job in drafting.
Hesse Lingard has just gone
Ooh.
to Ingram. The Notts County fan has taken the Forest player.
Oh, Mirkon's going to be absolutely
Mirko must be
raging.
fuming.
Fancy a county fan picking a Forest
I do
player.
have to highlight that does tend to be a regular thing. Harry will be in there shouting Notts County are the greatest team in the world, they're better than Arsenal because we're top of the conference, and Arsenal are not. While he picks every Nottingham Forest player he can.
Yeah. I was in a gym. I was a draft a couple of weeks ago with Harry, actually, and he was like, I'll never pick a Forest player. He ended up with 4. So, very good. I also just seen a quality pick from Simji, Matthias Vecino. This is a player that I learned off one of the greats of FM, Daljit Bustanet. Vecino is absolutely quality for under 5 mil.
I have used Vecino a lot, and I don't like him because I can never use him. But obviously, you're learning how to use him off Daljit.
Yeah,
The man's just a tactical god, to be honest. And a big huge shout out to Daljit, because if you're learning how to use Vecino off of him, I'm going to trust you that Vecino can be used. And at my experience with Vecino is against the norm.
I've seen him pick him so many times in the old BTN drafts when they were going on, and I was like, right, I'm gonna have him. I'd watched what role he'd used him in, and he can be very, very good for such a small price as well. So we'll see how he gets on today, as we see Simji picking up Fodo Ballo Toure as a budget.
Harry also has tried to fix his striker problem by signing Adam Hlozek, the former Sparta Prague player, I believe.
Yep.
I'm slightly nervous I've said the wrong Prague now, but I believe it was Sparta Prague.
Yeah, it was Sparta Prague, yeah. Currently at Bayer Leverkusen.
He is at Bayer Leverkusen. I'm still not convinced this is going to get you goals, so Harry. You know, he's a good player, but he's not prolific, mate. I don't know what budget Harry's got left, but I'd be almost looking for that big name striker now to just get goals, because we've got 3 or 4 really sort of decent strikers, but none that really I think are going to penetrate a defence. He has also said that he's picked Lingard, so Mirkon couldn't. That's the level that rivalry has gone to in Football Manager. I'm picking a player so the Forest fan can't have him.
I have just seen Alexis Sanchez has just gone. Now, I didn't realise he was that cheap. Was it 5 million? And he's still got it. As a striker, 15 pace, 16 agility, 15 acceleration, decent first touch, decent dribbling, off the ball, work rate, technique. The only thing that lets him down apparently is his finishing and composure, which are 13 and 12. But that is such a good pick for £5 million.
Yeah. We've just seen Gourmet pick up Tyler Adams as well, another really, really strong American midfielder. I don't see Tyler Adams go that often in draft, and it always surprises me that he doesn't go. He's very, very versatile in that midfield. He's quite strong from memory. And he's £4.75 million. I think that's a really strong pick for someone that I don't see going very often. I think that's a very good pick from Gorman myself.
Followed that up by with picking Yunus Musa. I think that must be 4 or 5 American players. He's definitely repping the country he comes from, isn't he?
That's at least 4 that we know of, because he's got Pulisic, Reina, Tyler Adams, and now the other lad you just said.
Yunus Musa,
yeah.
Cambodia picking up Diakhaby, which is probably one of my favourite centre backs in the game, because he's 12.5 million. He is, I'm going to use the phrase again, big, strong, jumpy boy. He's currently at Valencia, but he's a big, strong, jumpy boy. He's also not particularly slow. I think he's 13 pace, 13 acceleration, marking and tackling, not a slouch either. So he's a very good pick, and I reckon I'd probably start him in this sort of pool, even for that price.
I'm going to follow up Cambodia picking up one of your favourite defenders to AJ picking up one of my favourite midfielders. He's one of my favourite midfielders, so much so that I spent about half an hour last season talking about him in a pool that he wasn't even in. He has picked Davy Klassen. To use a Mal term, he's not a jumpy boy. He is a no-nonsense, hard tackling, old school style of central midfielder. It's just going to 2 foot the opposition if they're trying to go past him and he can't get the ball. He is just going to clean things up in that midfield. He is the sort of modern day Roy Keane, if you like, in terms of FM stats. Really high work rate, really high aggression, really good tackling. Passes maybe not the best, but all you need to do is win that ball, pass it to the guy next to you, and let them do the work. That's the way I use Davy Klassen. I'm sure AJ's got a similar sort of plan for him. Very, very good pick for me.
Eloise, I think, is going to be very disappointed because Yusuf Poulsen still hasn't gone, and I've just been in World Stream, and he was for a long time looking at Yusuf Poulsen. It come up to his pick. He backed out of Yusuf Poulsen and picked the next player down on his list. So I think she might be very, very disappointed.
Harry Ingram's living up to his name of being a Notts County fan. I'm hearing Eloise has said he's just picked Taiwan Awone, who is also a Forest player. So the county fan picking the Forest team again.
I mean, to be fair to him, who isn't Notts first player nowadays?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the way football's going, everyone's going to play for Chelsea or Nottingham Forest within the next 12 months. So, and the rumours are that Chelsea are going to buy Nottingham Forest off just to cut out the middleman for them.
I love it.
Grimmy has just taken Jonathan David, £14 million.
He is.
That's
so
a good, really good pick at this stage. If you've got the budget to do that, I think that's a really, really good. If you know, he's going to be a starter for a lot of people.
Definitely.
Mircon's just put Iwone has no composure. I have seen people win drafts. In fact, King, I believe you were in a draft where Foxes absolutely crushed it with Iwone.
Yeah.
With his pace and his finishing, the composure doesn't always come into it. It's down to it's sort of like the combined technique, finishing and composure stats sort of coming together in one of those situations. And Iwone sort of going 2 out of 3 with the pace. So
I also had him in the FM Cups that was recently on, and he got 2 goals in one game that he played. So
yeah,
quite decent.
Yeah,
I don't think you can expect him to be that massively clinical guy, but he's a good finisher when he needs to be, essentially.
Definitely a decent striker to come on as a backup, I'd say. I don't know if you'd want him as your starting pairing, but he's definitely someone to bring on from the bench that can cause a problem with that pace later on in games.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
As we've got Gormy there picking up another player that's played for Villa this season, Jan Bednarek. I think he's got 4 or 5 American players and 4 or 5 Villa or ex-Villa players. So there's a theme in Gormy's picking at the minute. Yeah. Over to Mal, I think.
We should confirm he is a Liverpool fan.
not Villa fan. For instance, to be fair to me, Jan Bednarek is another one of my players I'd put on the very good, cheap backup centre back list. He's got nothing really below a 13 or 14 in the stats you need for a centre back. He's got 17 bravery as well, 17 stamina, 7 natural, 17 natural fitness. That means he can basically run for days despite being a centre back. So if you wanted to, you could chuck him on that right and sort of on that right position if you need him. His pace isn't too slow. Can't really go forward too well. He's got 5 off the ball, but if you want to use him, I'd use him as a centre back personally. And yeah, he's a very solid all-round centre back for that price. Chuck him in as a backup. You're all golden.
Definitely. We've just seen FM Mircon picking Lucas Nemche, the striker. I think he's got a bit of speed on him as well, hasn't he? £5 million. He's got 8 million left for his last 2 picks.
Yeah, people seem to be budgeting to a decent degree here. Like, I think Begormi's got 21, so I think he's going to go possibly a bit bigger. He's looking at sort of the £17 million range for one of his last picks. But people seem to be sort of in that 20 to about £5 to £20 million range. So going to be seeing people spend all their budget this time.
Gormy's £21 million, did you say? He's just picked Robin Gosens for 19.
Yeah, bear in mind you can pick between 18 and 20 as well. So if they want to stop at 18, they're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has done yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have. I think we maybe had it in the qualifiers where someone stopped at 18. I think someone in the qualifiers said it, but that's the first time I remember it. Edgar's just gone to PewDiePie. AJ, not PewDiePie. PewDiePie
Not
is AJ's
PewDiePie.
teammate. Yeah, PewDiePie is not playing in our competition. He wasn't available, unfortunately. Francisco Coensao. I've heard huge amounts of good things about this kid. I've not used him yet. He's gone to a Grimmy for £2.6 million. I don't know if he's one of those kids that has to develop into the game yet, because a lot of people have highly recommended him to me. He is only 19, but these kids that do develop in the game do sometimes have decent stats to be a good backup at this stage. We've seen it in the past with the likes of Makoku and Adeyemi last year in particular. And SimG has just picked Guri, who I am not a huge fan of this year, to be honest. I think he's taken a big nerf from last season.
I mean, he's still a good value pick. I'd say he was better last year. I think he was 5 last year, £5 million, and I think his stats were slightly better. But I did pick him in the play. I did pick him for my backup left winger and sort of striker position in the playoffs, because he can do both quite well. And yeah, he seems like he's a very, very solid enough backup if you want to chuck someone in there for that price. Speaking of solid backups, Vicky van der Ven has just gone, who is someone who I've never really overly picked myself. If I can actually spell his name right, Van de Ven. Yes, I can spell Dutch names. I'm just gonna have a quick look at his stats. You can play both as a centre back and a left back. 17 pace. So I think if you are going to use him, probably use him as left back. 13's heading, marking, and tackling. So if you wanted to, you could chuck him as a centre back. But yeah, he's got that flexibility to sort of play in both roles if you need him to. So yeah, it's a very good backup pick by Harry there.
We just see Ward picking Alex Romero, the playmaking goalie. I can put a spin on this. He was the goalkeeper that auto-picked for me in the Winter Cup, and he was absolutely shocking. He was hovering over Marmadashvili, who I think probably would have been a better option, Ward, but we'll go with it. But I also think he did pick Andriy Lunin earlier on, so maybe
that sounds familiar.
Goalkeepers.
Yeah.
We've just had Limo jump into the chat, and I wonder if Limo's experience in FMTM has anything to do with that, because people will have watched that, and Limo's goalkeeper got injured 17 minutes into the game, and he had no backup goalkeeper. It's the first time I've seen a goalkeeper injured on draft mode. I felt so sorry for Limo in that game. It was a really tough game against Gavin Brash as well. But if people have watched it, that might change their thinking on this second goalkeeper, because that put Limo into a spot. And if it's putting someone as experienced as Limo into a spot, if you're not as experienced, it might be worth a while now until we have it. Sorry, Limo. Hey, to be fair, Limo, you recovered it. You recovered it, mate. You did do really well in that tournament after that. But yeah, it's maybe one of these things now where people changing their thinking off the back of that, because if the match engine has been tweaked in draft mode, that is something that can happen now.
I wonder if
seen it previously.
Yeah.
I wonder if that came in with the little small update we had for the pre-winter update, because I've never ever seen, especially in draft mode, goalkeepers get injured. So I really feel sorry for Lee there. Go on, Dan.
Yeah, and I think that's why people like myself, Limo, even yourself, King, I don't think you ever drafted really a backup goalkeeper any time I've played you. We never drafted backup goalkeepers, because unless it was in database mode, you never had a problem. And even then it was always in, like training that they got injured in database mode. So you didn't have to worry about having them on the bench either. So Moise Keane, by the way, has just gone to Grimmy. I think that's a cracking pick. At £12 million.
Grimmy just broke Eloise. Grimmy just broke Eloise's heart as well, because he was literally hovering over the plus button for UC Poulsen, and then he switched to Moise Keane very last minute. So people seem to be just teasing Eloise with picking Poulsen this time around.
Yeah. To be fair, that's a really difficult pick between Poulsen and Keane for me. I'm not sure what the price difference is, but Keane's obviously a bit quicker. He's a bit more versatile in the fact that he can go in the wings.
Yeah.
Poulsen's probably a bit more clinical and a bit better in the air.
I think if you want pressing forward, I'd probably go for Keane over Poulsen myself, but he does lack a bit in. I think concentration decisions, they're not massively high. So I think if you got a case to make for both, for sure, and I'm sure Eloise's going to make the case of one of them.
I think
the chats. There she goes.
I think it shows you the how well the pool is balanced when it's 156 pick and you're picking between Poulsen and Keane, because they're very good picks for 156 pick. I'm hearing that Eloise is heartbroken. I don't know whether that's because everybody's finished picking the 20, or she just doesn't think it's going to go.
We are still getting some picks, I believe, but I believe some people have now finished.
Yeah.
AJ made his last pick and instantly went on his BRB screen, so I assume he's done with 19. We are just going on to round 20 now. In fact, Mircon stopped at 19 as well, I think. In fact, no, that is it. That is it. I'm wrong. That is it. 20 players picked across the board.
Yeah.
So that'll be heading into a break. So that everyone can have a breather and stuff. Mal, you're on you go, mate. I'm talking over you.
Just do it before the break. Has anyone got any sort of quick thoughts on who's done a good draft? I don't think there's really anyone who overly stands out. Like Walder's probably been the one that's deviated most from the norm, and maybe Gormy for my picking. But I think Gormy's definitely drafting to his system for this one. But his system apparently contains American players only, and Villa players, of course.
I think I've liked the way that Gorman's drafted. I like the way that AJ's drafted. I've kind of missed a lot of other picks. Mircon, I think, is drafted fairly solid in the picks that I've seen as well as Cambrori, I think, had a few picks that have sort of flagged to me. AJ, with his experience, though, I think still has to be a favourite for me. Given the fact that he's picked a sort of AJ-style team, there's some really, really strong players on his side. I think AJ, for me, is the favourite.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can't never rule AJ out when he's in a tournament. Whoever he's drafting against, you've got to have him up there to be in and around the final 2-4 at least. Until I see the rest of the teams, that draft seemed to go really quick, and I'm struggling to remember who got who. But there were some very solid picks. We've got a very balanced set of team sheets, I think. So I'll sit on the fence until I see them again. Is there anything anybody wants to add before we have a quick break between draft and games?
I don't overly think so at the moment. It'd be interesting to see, because remember, we do have top two go through and best third place from both the groups to go through to the final. So I think it might actually be quite a competitive fight for that top two spots. And
definitely.
Honestly, in this group, I could see the third place getting quite a high amount of points, being quite a high bar for Group B to accomplish.
Definitely. And that's why you should always carry on playing until the end, because a third place could get you through into the final. So we'll run the ad, but just before we do run the ad, we're going to give a shout out to our partner, FM Hub. It's the ultimate place to be involved for the FM community. If you're a creator or even just a viewer or even just somebody looking to boost their FM experience, there's a range of things with the FM Hub do. In-game graphics, download files, real-life prints, different specifications. You can also find different FM content creators on there. If you're looking for a new content creator or somebody just to watch, you can do that. You can join for free, I think, as well. There's a free tier, and there's also paid tiers, depending on what you're looking for. So if you're not subscribed or joined up to FM Hub, go and get over there, get yourself signed up. As I say, it's free, so it's not going to cost you nothing. And go and show your love to some brilliant work they do. We will play our FM Hub partnership video, and then we'll be on our break. And we'll probably be back in about 5 minutes. Thanks for sticking around.
Inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable, a new animal. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I got the lightning inside me. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I'm like a titan that's rising. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle. Victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made.
Right, then we are back. That was our lovely video from FM Hub. So go and get involved in that. Whether you're a content creator wanting support or just an FM player with guidance, go and get signed up. Right. How are we looking with tactics and squads?
To be honest, I've been stretching my legs, so I've not really seen any. So I'll pass that on to the other lads. But I just want to highlight FM Hub. I've been working with them a bit recently. I've just got some new overlays from them, and they're absolutely amazing. I've just been putting them together today. It's going to probably take me a couple of weeks because they're at that high standard. I'll have to get the rest of my stream to the same standard, but they're absolutely amazing, guys. Honestly, go check them out. They're different class and really good to work with as well.
Some great people involved in the community as well. Limo, Jamie, and many more behind the scenes that we probably don't have time to shout out about. But let's get into the draft. So looking at AJ's tactic there, very familiar tactic from AJ. Very solid tactic. Has anybody got any competitors to pick out just off first glances with their squads or their tactics now? Let's bring you in.
The only one I've seen so far at the moment is Grimmy, who's just come back and loaded in the 4-3-3. It seemingly be able to get on the fly more than anything else. He's just sort of changing a few instructions around. He's taking off short kicks, going for overlaps, which I suppose is sensible for his forward choices. Not having play out the fence on, which is interesting. I normally go for that every single time, regardless of what tactic formation sort of style I'm using, because it always works. Yeah, it seems to be going for relatively standard 4-3-3 stuff. Game is loading in Dewsbury Hall as one of his midfielders. Interesting. He's a good midfielder. I wouldn't say he's a starter for me.
I'm just having a look at a couple. So Harry is looking like he's going for the standard 4-3-3 with the one defensive midfielder. Simji, though, on the other hand, has gone for it again, like he did in the qualifiers. So it looks like he's going through at the back, and then he's got a half back, so he'll drop in and help the defenders, especially since two of them are wide centre backs. And then he's got 4 behind Mitrovic, so he's a couple of wingers, couple of people in the centre with Mitrovic leading the line. That could expose some gaps at the back, but at the same time, he was very, very good going forward in the qualifiers.
Yeah, we're seeing a very sort of similar 4-3-3 here from Mircon as well. So both the Nottingham rivalries in very similar formations. We are seeing slightly different roles to what I would have personally used in that system. So it's good to, again, see different variations of the same sort of formation, if you like. But, again, solid-looking team. Interesting use of Odegaard for me, but other than that, it looks solid. I still think I'm leaning towards AJ. It's a tactic we've seen a lot of. He's got very good sort of players around it as well. I'm just going to flick this up for you guys to see. But again, the only sort of weakness I would necessarily say there is I'm not keen on Klosterman as a wing back, but just because he can't go forward, to be honest with you. But he's solid defensively, really solid defensive sort of minded player. But other than that, yeah, I think it's a fairly solid team. They're the only 2 that I've seen. But
I'm looking at Cam Brodier at the moment. He's gone quite defensive, and I'm just struggling to see where he's going to get the attacking movement from. So he's got Vardy up front on his own. He's playing free in midfield, including the roaming playmaker, and then 2 defensive midfielders. So between the midfield and the front player, there's going to be a big gap. I think he has got a second one loaded. So maybe he knows he can use those players to switch to something that might work a little bit better going forward. But otherwise, very, very defensive.
For sure. Gomez is still on a break screen. I think he's just come back in now, so I've not been able to see his tactics. Gomez is currently doing his set pieces, going for traditional sort of, it works, so it's traditional sort of near post corner setup. Though he's not changed his corner taker to have near post, so interesting. We have just had the fixtures come through as well. I don't think the graphics ready just yet, but it's on the sheet. So we've got Cambodia v Simji, Harry v Wold, AJ v Mircon, which I think could be a really good match.
I've got that. I've got
Grimmy
both
v
their
Gormy.
streams up, so I'm taking that one.
Yeah, I will probably take Grimmy v Gormy because I've got both their streams up as well. So yeah, I am curious to see how the AJ Mircon game will go, because Mircon's, as you say, he's been on the up. He's come from not being ranked up to 29th in the world in the space of only a month or 2. Well, maybe like 2 or 3 months. So, and AJ has obviously been doing AJ things and doing amazingly in drafts himself. So, yeah, be interested to see how he does.
Yep, so that just leaves you to a sort of your games in, lads. What have you got on screen just now, Luat?
I'm happy to go with whoever, to be honest. I don't know who King's taking.
It looks like you've got Ingram v Wold here, King, if I'm right and looking correctly.
Yeah.
He's muted.
Yeah, King, you're muted, mate.
Okay, sorry about that.
Happens to the best of us.
I'm out of practice. I do apologize.
Mircon has played AJ previously in the chat and they drew 1-1, which kind of increases the tension for this one.
Yes.
What's my game, sorry?
You have whatever's left, mate, which I'm not sure what that game is.
Yeah, I think you can go for Wold v Harry.
No, that's on feature screen.
No. That's on the feature screen, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you can have Cam and Simji.
Okay.
We've just kicked off in the Grimmy Gorby game, sorting out their highlights, which is everyone's favourite part of the draft.
Yeah, we've just kicked off here as well. So, same story.
Oh, what a save. Melier has proven his worth again. I have seen him do very well in drafts, and Melier has just pulled off an absolute worldie already.
Ooh, Jose Sarr stopping a very good long shot there. But
sorry to interrupt you, Mal. We have a goal here, and it's Wald 1, Ingram 0. Harry is 1-0 down already to Wald inside the first 10 minutes. Josh George plays a lovely through ball to Ben Rama. He cuts in from the side of the box, takes it all the way to just outside the 6-yard area and slots it in the far corner past
Go Grimmy.
Edward Mender. Go on, man.
5 minutes gone and it's 1-0. Gomi skipped the highlight, so we'll switch over to Grimmy, I think, who's still got that going. There we go. Gunter passing it into Sadiq in the box, and he just knocks it away for a 1-0 lead to Grimmy.
Yeah. Goal for AJ. I'm just going to talk you through this because I was tweaking things in the background. But a good ball in from DePaul and Malinowski getting onto the end of it with a decent header into the corner, just out of the reach of the goalkeeper. 1-0 AJ.
So 1-0 AJ against Mircon.
Mircon had started this game probably the better team as well. So it's come a little bit against the run of play, but it's still 10 minutes in. So against run of play at 10 minutes in, it's difficult to say it's fully against the run of play.
How are we getting on in your game, Lou? We haven't heard much from you.
It's going to be one of those nights again, I think. We're still 0-0. There's been a lot of chances in the game, but there's been no real highlights other than the Melier save right at the beginning. There hasn't been any highlights really. So we're about 5 minutes away from half time.
We'll cut straight to Don because there's been a goal.
Yeah, I did manage to get on the screen for the viewers for you. It was Thomas Suchek from a corner. Malinowski whipping the ball in. Really good corner. Obviously, you've got the threat of Sully and Suchek at the back post. And then you have Malinowski whipping the ball in. Going to be dangerous from set pieces is AJ, I think. And that's the first one already. Goal AJ again, as I'm talking about this. Flakovic. What a finish from the edge of the area this is. I'm going to let you guys watch it. I'm just going to let the goal do the talking. It's really nice build-up play, but the finish from the edge of the area is absolutely sublime from Vlakovic. Just comes up here, bang.
Lovely.
Not sure what the goalkeeper is doing, but great goal. 3-0 AJ.
We have a goal, Wald 2-0. It was a corner whipped into the far post. Ben Mees there with the header down into the empty net. It's Wald 2, Harry 0. Over to Mal.
It's a equalising goal for Gormy. He's sort of been a bit more on the front foot since the goal, but it's a good ball over the top to Martial, who was able to cut it down, go into the box. Ramsdale could have done a bit better there. He sort of pounded it into his own net, but yeah, one each. And honestly, probably deserved the equaliser. 25 minutes gone. Got a kick-off highlight here as well, so might be coming back to me soon, or maybe Grimmy's doing some tactics.
Goal.
He is doing some tactics.
Over to Don.
It's one back for Mircon. It's a header from Mukelele or Mudeke. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. The young lad from previously of PSV. Celtic's ball in. And Muduke
what a goal! What a goal that was. Oh, hang on. Oh, it might be offside. If it's offside, that is so unlucky because that is... Oh, it's disallowed. It was... if they show the replay for this... It was they did. It was an absolutely incredible shot into the top corner as well. And since the Melier save at the beginning, not much has happened.
Goal! I mean, that was a horrendous pass back by I think that was one of Grimmy's fullbacks. Jesus Christ! So there was a crossing cleared out by Diallo. It fell to Elise, who basically tried to pass it back to the keeper, but the keeper was either Lise's fault. The keeper didn't go out too far. Martial was able to just nip in and toss it under Ramsdale to put Grimmy 2-0 up. That's an absolute clanger there.
2-1 there. In the ball game, still
now
2-0.
that is a goal. That is a goal this time. and it is a goal for Simji. And it's kind of it's a good little
Goal.
bit of build-up play, but then the long ball over the top, Mitrovic, it was just easy. It's just a little tap past the goalkeeper, and it's a goal for Simji. Great start for him.
Over to Don.
It's just Suchek's basically just nicked this in, launched it forward, finds Vlahovic, who again at the edge of the area finds the back of the net. Goalkeeper caught in a bit of no man's land, a bit easier finish that time from Vlahovic, but still routine. It is AJ4, Mircon 1. Mircon up against it here.
What a game. Just in a game that we're watching, just a bit of a recap. It's still 2-0 Wolves. Both teams not really creating a lot. I think Wolves had, off the top of my head, 4 or 5 chances, 2 on target. I think Harry's 2 on target with 3 shots or something. It's been a very cagey affair, but Ward has took his chances. As we get another goal, it might be offside. It was flicked over to Damsgaard. Damsgaard slots the ball across to Messi. Messi pops it in, but he was slightly offside. It's not something you normally see from the GOAT.
If nobody's got a goal to talk about, I might just jump in here and talk about the stats if that's all right with everyone.
Yeah, go on.
No worries.
As much as Mircon right now is 4-1 down, I've just had a proper chance to have a look at the stats here. They've both had 4 shots on target. AJ's had slightly more shots, but obviously the rest of them have been off target. I think it was like 11 versus 5 with 4 on target each. We've got a penalty decision actually as we're talking about this towards Mircon. But it's been a bit. Excuse me, AJ maybe edge. I think it was like 0.1 XG better than Mircon at halftime. So Mircon probably couldn't count himself to be really unlucky that it's a red card for Gahanaga as well. With that penalty decision, Mircon could be right back in it. You'd have just seen those stats that I was just telling you about flag up there. Mircon can probably count himself a bit unlucky that he's 4-1 down at halftime. But he got himself a chance to get back into this with this penalty and red card. Obviously, AJ's about to make a change. I'll bring it back to the other guys. And are we taking a penalty now?
We'll stay with you, Don. We'll stay with you.
It's saved by David De Gea. Oh, that's a huge moment in this game. I'm going to pass it back to you guys because I'm going to lose my breath in a second. But Ciro Immobile has missed the penalty. Mircon stat-wise is now well on top of it. He's 4-1 down.
Don's having an absolute cracking game over there. We'll pop over to Mal. What's going on in your game? We haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah, it's been a pretty even game. We've sort of got 25 minutes to go. Still 2-1. No, go on,
Go
Don.
straight to Don.
It's Vlahovic. I'm going to tell you what it was from. It's from outside the area again. It's 5-1 AJ. Really gets the run of play. It's just dialing on the ball from Mircon's defender here. Vlahovic has nipped in. The goalkeepers came out, and it's a beautiful chip, to be fair. The goalkeeper's not much off the line.
I was looking at tactics, but there's a goal in there, so I have no idea what's just happened because Cam Brady was changing everything. Arnold gets the ball to the far post. The font, that's a melee. Who even did get the last touch on that? It's actually Bruno Guimaraes, and I think actually Cam Brady was taking him off at that point. But yeah, it's very much level as we go into a corner. Oh, and it's easily held by Melier.
My game finished over here 2-0 Ward. Nothing really to say on the game. Game of very few chances. We'll fire back over to Mal, I think, so we can carry on with updating us on his match.
Yep.
And it's a goal. Simji has scored again, and we're just paused for no, we're not. So Hoffman into Forsby, into Danny Olmo, and a great ball over the top. Mitrovic just runs past his defender into the top corner.
Oh, is it a penalty? I think it's a penalty. It's rarely ever not on draft mode. The referee's going over to the little screen. There's a sort of a little trip by, I think it was Yassisi on Yassisi. Ref's coming over. Oh, is it going to be a penalty? Oh, it is a penalty. What a surprise. Yeah. That's a penalty for. So I didn't say it was a penalty for Gourmet actually to make putting 3-1 up, and Marshall just managed to squeak it past Ramsdale for make it 3-1 to Gourmet, and yeah, that's should see the game out for Gourmet. I think it's 15 minutes left. Grimme's been having his chances, but not been able to score a few. He's had a couple of close efforts saved. sort of on that near post area. So I've got 10 minutes to go on this end. 3-1 to Gulmy.
As far as I know, there's only 2 minutes left in Lou's game. How's it going, Lou? Do we look like we're going to get a leveler?
We're just into injury time. I think the tactics of trying to do a bit of time wasting are coming in. Cambodia he's got another chance, and it's in. Lafont has fumbled it, but this is going to be a call for offside. I think it was offside. Selka running through. Yeah, it is a goal disallowed. So a 91st minute goal disallowed for Cambodia there. I think Simji probably edges it in terms of shots. The XG for Cambodia is better. There's a little bit of tweaking going on, so this one will carry on for a bit longer. But 4 minutes of injury time left.
The Albies. It's a good save by Ramsdale. Gomi's been having the better of the game after his third goal, but in injury time, I think after this corner it'll be game over. Nothing to highlight here.
Martial hat-trick for Gormy. I bet he's over the moon. So we've got 2 games in the last couple of minutes. How's your game looking, Dan?
Since Mirkon subbed off Davruka for Carl Darlow, who I've never heard of in my life, I'm assuming he's a great goalkeeper. It just seemed to be all Mirkon. It was one-way traffic, but the poor lad just couldn't score. Genuinely, he has gave AJ an absolute lesson here in football, but AJ's gave him a lesson finishing. That's the story of this game. He'll feel very hard done by here. AJ will obviously not give it.
Carl Darlow is an ex-Newcastle goalkeeper.
and Forest, I think. Is he not ex-Forest as well?
Very, very possible. Very, very possible. But either way, he was subbed off. Or subbed on, rather, and it seemed to sort of shore things up defensively for Mirkon. But again, going forward, just chance after chance. It is full-time here. AJ 5, Mirkon 1.
Let's just hope that the Forest fan wasn't listening there. So we'll just run through a few quick results. We got them on screen. Cambodia 1, Simji 2, Harry Ingram 0, Wall 2. Game of the day, AJ 5, Mirkon 1, and Grimmy 1, Gormy 3. So that will leave AJ top of the league on goal difference. Gormy and Wald and Simji all on 3 as well. We got 4 people on 3 points, 4 people on 0 points as we've just finished the first game. Does anybody want to jump in with a quicker rundown of their match or anything they need to cover over they haven't managed to do while the games were on?
Sure, yeah, I'll jump in. It's a pretty even game relatively up until I'd say Gormy's third goal. Martial definitely was the star of the game. He got a hat trick. How can he not be the star of the game? But he was sort of running the show. He managed to seize upon a defensive error for the second goal, sort of nip into sort of a failed back pass, and then just sort of find that opener, which is what you want Martial to do. Want Martial to do it as that sort of advanced forward role, which I think. Or inverted winger, but I think Gormy's using him as. Gurney can be a bit hard done by. There were points where he was having a better the game. Looked like he could possibly get an equaliser after that second goal, but yeah, after the third goal was all Gormy, and yeah, he takes a 3-1 lead into the next game, which I think is against AJ.
In terms of my game, I'm just looking at Mirkon's team here, and one thing that really stands out to me is that his goalkeeper had a 6.0 Davruka. He obviously subbed him off. Nathan Collins had a 5.9. And Chiro Mobley had a 5.6, one of the most prolific strikers on FM. It really highlights where that game went wrong for Mirkon. AJ was obviously very, very clinical at the other end. I don't think you can take that away from him. But it's weird to see Chiro Mobley. I know the missed penalty will obviously affect that rating, but still a 5.6 really highlights how much he struggled in front of goal in that game.
In our game, there was a lot of chances. It's like 12 shots to 19 in favor of Simji. one thing I did notice, and I forgot that he was even on the side because he wasn't really involved, was Hakam Ziyech on for Simji. Didn't really get involved too much. I saw him take a throw in towards the end, but other than that, not really involved in the goals. So it'd be interesting to see if not Ziyech, sorry, Hakimi. So Hakimi on the right hand side he just didn't do anything really. So we'll see if he can get a tune out of him.
And I'll just finish off. Not really much to say in the game that I was covering. Both teams had 2 shots on target. Wold took his chances. It was a very low-key affair. I think Louis probably should have been covering that one. But yes, we'll look into the next games and we'll be quickly moving on. We've got Simji versus Grimmy, Gourmet versus AJ, Miakon versus Ingram, and Wald versus Cambodia. I think I would like to take Gourmet AJ in this one if possible. AJ got a lot of goals in the last one. Gourmet being,
we might just need to hold on a second. I think Cambodia has just disconnected. He's just blue screened apparently. So we just need to give him a couple of minutes just to see if he comes back in. That's just looking at his screen and his chat. So.
Yeah, he's posted in the competitors chat saying the exact same thing, that he's blue screened. So it looks like he's working on it.
I think Simji is the last person that needed to not press submit as well. So he's just done it in time. So I think hopefully the fact that most of them are in sort of ready for game situation, that you can actually play this one.
Yep.
While we're just waiting for the blue screen, I am going to share this. This is obviously our results graphic. We have been through the results already, but Eloise has just sent me this. So thank you, Eloise, for all the hard work you're doing behind the scenes. And there is the results graphic just to take a little look over for all the people watching currently.
Yep. So it's Grimmy and Gourmet and AJ. Next game is definitely could be possibly maybe a deciding game based off how they've been performing in the first couple of games. AJ with that 5-1 win. He, as we were saying earlier, surely is on for definitely one of the top 2 places. And
definitely expect goals in that game as well. Now, what do you think?
For sure. Yep, definitely. Yeah, again, based off how the first fixtures went, I mean, we were going to see quite a goal fest. AJ's tactic is normally one that does score goals, despite, as Don pointed out, having a general lack of shots for it, if that makes sense. Like you mentioned that both AJ and Megan had a similar amount of shots on target, and then AJ was able to run away with it, which does seem to be sort of one of his things, especially with that tactic.
Cambodia's stream's back up again, so it looks like we might be good to go in a minute. He's just joining the game again.
Okay, top man.
It'll be a big game for Miakon and Harry Ingram in the next one as well, after both failing to pick up anything out of their first game. I think
I'm going to take that. I'm going to take the Miakon Ingram game. I'm taking the Nottingham Derby, guys. North.
Yeah, I'm happy to take Walden Cam for my end.
Yeah.
Then we can have Gourmet AJ on the main commentary screen, and you can take Simji and Grimmy.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
So I think we're all back up now after some
short
technical issues. People are locking their teams in, and we're about to get into the games.
Yep. Mold is, I think, sticking with the same tactic that did so well in the first game, which I'm not surprised about. I think Mold is not particularly one that changes tactics too much. I think even during his run from the qualifiers to the finals, he only had like 2 tactics, and he sort of had them both loaded and changed it during the qualifiers, and then it pretty much worked for him throughout the rest of the tournament. So yeah, we'll be But we haven't yet. Cam is back up on live. The game just started now in 2.
No, we've got a goal. I've just missed it as well. It's from a corner. Cresswell in onto Paulina's head in the back of the net. It is 1-0 Mircon.
No changes for either person, either competitor in the Gourmet AJ game, as you would really.
Red card.
Go on, Dan.
Manu
Go, Cam.
Coney. Oh, I'll let you go with that first.
Yeah,
to
goal
Mal.
Cam headed from a corner by Dear Carby. Big jumpy boy getting a goal from a corner. You go, Don. Who's the red card for?
The red card is for Manu Coney. I was just getting the stream set up, so I missed exactly what happened. Looked like a 2-foot lunge. So Harry has found himself a goal down and a man down after just 10 minutes. Mircon will be looking to really punish on this one.
Oh, goal, I think, for Cam. Might be offside. We'll wait for the wait for the decision. Yep, there's a goal. Who was it? That was Sengiz Unde from a good volley from just outside the 18-yard box. It's 2-0 to Cam. 20 minutes gone.
And there's a goal in our game as well, though we've just missed the highlight. Simji, again, it's a long ball over the top by Danny Olmo. Mitrovic runs onto it and then slots it in the bottom corner. That combination so far has been absolutely lethal.
Not much going on in the game that I'm watching here. Gourmet, AJ, we're having lots of chances, but nobody's put them in the back of the net. Hopefully, I'm not getting the curse this week.
I think any curse you're talking about, Mircon is going to be saying his is worse right now. He is having the exact same problem that he had last time. Tons and tons and tons of shots. And he's only got that one goal so far, that from the corner. Everything else, they're just skying it. It's literally, they're getting themselves into absolutely elite positions, and the ball's just sailing over the bar into Rose's head.
Oh, is this a goal? We'll see. It's Mitrovic again, though. If this is a goal, it's Mitrovic again. Not over the top. I think this has been paused this time. So it is a goal as well. And the ball is the balls into Mitrovic at the moment have been absolutely incredible. Look at this ball through outside of the right foot, runs through the middle, straight into the top corner. Mitrovic has already got 4 goals in this tournament.
Goal.
Go on, we'll go straight to Don.
Ciro Immobile has finally turned up. Really good pass.
Hey.
Hopefully we get to see it here. It looks like there's been a bit of a tactical change from Harry before the B play comes in, so hopefully we'll get to see it. But really good build-up play. Bowen slots it through to Immobile. Immobile takes a touch and slots it past Harry's keeper. It is 2-0 to Mircon against Harry Ingram.
We have had a goal as well in the game that I'm watching whilst all the commotion was going on in the other games. It was a penalty given for Gourmet. Anthony Martial before this game on 3 goals has made it 4 for the game so far, and it was slotted away coolly in the bottom left-hand corner. Just as a long ball's put over to Diaby and he's volleyed it in. Beautiful looking goal. It is going to go to VAR.
And there's a goal here as well.
We'll go straight to Louis as the goal's confirmed for Gourmet 2-0.
Milenkovic, it's Danny Olmo with the corner. Milenkovic at the far post. Absolutely thunders that header in. We're only 26 minutes in. Simji is 3-0 up, and Grimmy is looking glum, and his team's only had 1 shot in the first half so far.
Not good stuff from Grimmy then. AJ is looking a bit demoralised as well after that. I think he's in his chair. He's a bit sort of gobsmacked from the quick response from Gourmet from the penalty and then that lovely ball over the top. There's some beautiful football, though, as Jose Sarr pulls off a world-class save from Dusan Vlahovic. Maybe AJ is going to get back in. How's the games going? We'll go around the ground, starting with Mal.
Not overly much has happened in the second half. Cam has sort of very much set up shop. He's gone to four defenders, 2 DMs, 3 midfielders, and 1 lone striker, which is Jamie Vardy as a poacher. Interesting. And yeah, he's sort of it's doing its job. Wold hasn't had much in the way of highlights, despite his many tactical tinkerings. He switched to a semi dual formation with the sort of 4-2-4 with 4 sort of attacking mids, both the shadow strikers. And I think it's Bellingham. Oh, Bellingham just got a red card for Cam as well. Not going to affect the game too much as it's in the added time.
It's another goal. And yet again, that man Mitrovic has scored. Oh, let's skip the highlights. Danny Olmo down the it was the ball played down the right hand side to Danny Olmo. Danny Olmo crossed the ball in for Mitrovic's head, and that is a first half hat trick. It's 33 minutes played. It's Simji 4, Grimmy 0. Grimmy does not have does not know how to stop it.
Goal here. We'll quickly do this before the penalties taken. It's AJ who's just scored it with Vlahovic, but it's ruled offside. Straight to Mal.
Yeah. Penalty for Wold. Diakabi tripping up, I believe it was Adeyemi in the box, and Messi's going to take it. Oh, and it's only just went in. Messier nearly was able to keep it out, but it went in off the post. Yeah, it's 2-1 to Cam. It's probably not enough time for Wold to make a comeback, but definite possibility. No, it isn't. It's a full time here. Cam to Wold 1.
Nice one. We haven't heard of you for a while, Dan. What's going on in your game?
More of the same. Mircon attacking, not able to score, to be honest. Harry's in a lot of trouble. He's a man down. He's had 4 shots. We're in the 80th minute, and that 4 shot equals like 0.6 XG. He's not created anything. It has improved in the second half for him. There's not been as many highlights. And he got to half time with a 0.0 XG. So really tells you how much he's improved in the second half. But we've got a highlight just now, but it's all been Mircon. Let's be honest. Mircon just can't finish his dinner, unfortunately, which is unusual when you've got Chiro Immobile up top. Oh, wait a minute. Is it? Iwobi's just scored. Harry Ingram's back in it. It's more horrific defending. I think it's from Nathan Collins again. He made a shocker. No, it's Alvedi this time. Iwobi steals it, and as soon as he steals it there's only one thing that's going to happen. The pace takes him away from the defence. He sticks it past Darlow. It is Mircon 2, Harry Ingram 1. Harry with a lifeline.
Well, we'll go back to the game that I'm watching here, Gormy versus AJ. It's been very much Gormy controlling the game. AJ has had that one early chance in the second half. The most exciting thing that's happening is State Bake, who's in AJ's chat, has redeemed Increase the Look twice. So obviously, State Bake, I think the assistant manager, really wants some luck as he's redeemed that twice. But it's just not coming off for him at the minute. AJ, he's tried a few things, but I just feel like it's one of them games where his team hasn't turned up. If that goal from Vlahovic would have stood early on in the second half, we would have had a right game on our hands. But can he do anything in the last 20-odd minutes to change it? Is there any tactical tweaks or changes he can bring on? We are paused while we're waiting, so we'll go to Lou. No, we won't. We'll go to Mal. No, Don, sorry.
Oh, no, Immobile has just got one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He's hit the post the first time. It came back to him, and he's managed to hit it against the defender, and it's deflected wide. I don't know how he's not scored. I really don't.
I'm sorry I got both of your names mixed up.
I don't know how it's not 3-1. It's still 2-1. I can't believe it's not 3-1, to be honest with you. Immobile is the only striker right now in FM that I would want in that exact situation. And he's not done it. I just don't understand what's going on here for Mircon, to be honest with you, in terms of getting the goals, because he should have had a few in both the games.
Yeah. Go on, Don.
We'll go back to you. No, I was just going to say we'll go back to you.
We got AJ on screen now, really trying to get back into the game. He's gone 3 up top. He's got 2 in the midfield, 1 behind the striker, so he's really trying to push now. How are we getting on in your game, Lou?
it's since the fourth goal's gone in, Grimmy's managed to tighten up the defense a little bit. The chances are still going to Simji at the moment, but they're not there. They're not coming in as highlights, so they're not great chances. It's paused here at the moment. I'm not sure why, because both screens have got game going, but Grimmy just doesn't know how to deal with the Mitrovic threat.
Full time here, it is finished 2-1 to Mircon.
Thank you. We're just about to get underway, I think. We're just waiting for Gormy to put his counter changes into AJ's little tactical tweaks. While we're waiting for it to kick off, we'll fire across to Lou, because I think that's the only game left going.
Yeah, Grimmy has just had a half chance. The ball just outside the area, and a little chip over the keeper. It come off the bar. Other than that, there's not a great deal going on at the moment. I think we're just about to see a highlight here for Simji. Rich is coming down the right, cuts inside. Ball is tackled. Sadiq into David, and that's a goal for Grimmy. Jonathan David, a very well worked goal, and probably the best chance that he's had so far, just winning that ball in midfield, and then the beautiful little pass through from Sadiq through to Jonathan David. I think probably got a little bit lucky to squeeze it underneath the goalkeeper there.
I just noticed that was Matthias Ficino that give it away from you. I think he needs to give Dalgit a DM to find out how to use him properly. As we're seeing a goal for Gourmet, it's made it 3-0. It was a free kick from just inside AJ's half of the field. Matthias Nunes whips it over towards the far post. Yusuf, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that last name. I'd rather hand that to Don, but I know that he's probably not going to be able to do it either. Anyway, he slots it past the keeper into the far left-hand corner.
I did say when Gormy was drafting, if he was going to keep drafting names like this, he could come back on the comms and do it himself.
I think you was right to say that, Don, there. We will definitely be butchering some names throughout the night, I think.
Yeah.
Or in the case of me from last week going, yeah, that guy there.
Yeah. we had a universal understanding that we just said that guy scored.
Danny Olmo has just smashed the bar.
So we're just going into the last couple of minutes in my game, and I just want to run through the stats. It's 18 shots on 18 shots throughout the game for Gourmet with 10 on target, nearly a 3 XG to AJ's, I think, 10 with 5 on target. So he's come back into it a lot, AJ, since he's made the changes. But I think Gourmet's caught him on the counter from having that many players up. As we see a ball over the top, and Diego Carlos just came out and took him out. Luckily, the referee doesn't send him off. He doesn't even give anything. Malinowski's there. Work the goalkeeper from the free kick, and we'll see a corner, but it's going to be consolation at best if he can get anything, KJ. No, Rodrigo de Paul fires over. Over to you, Lou. How's your game finished?
We finished now. It's 4-1 to Simji. The first half, he just absolutely blew Grimmy away. Didn't know how to deal with the long ball through to Mitrovic. Better showing. The stats are looking a lot more even as the second half went on, but very well deserved for Simji.
Okie dokie. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Right. So I think that's all the results in now, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think mine and Don games finished a while ago. Probably long in distant memory now. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like you've been sat there for a good 15 minutes or something now without us talking to you. How are you doing over there?
I'm doing all right. It's 2025 now. there's flying cars, whatever, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it was a pretty like Cam sort of controlled that game a fair bit up until like red card in the last and added time, where Wolves was able to just about sneak back into it. Defensive changes he made for that tactic, where he sort of moved everyone back basically to be the wall of death, pretty much securing the win. It was only that penalty for Messi that made him concede a goal there. Yeah, that's a good sort of comeback after that loss to Simji in the first game for Cam.
I seem to have something I can show now. Let's just get this on the screen. We can run through results now. We've had our graphic come in from Eloise, so thank you very much. We had Simji 4, Grimmy 1, Gourmet 3, AJ 0, FM Miacon 2, Harry 1, and Wald 1, Cambrodia 2. Is there anything else anybody would like to add on these that they didn't get to run through in their games, or any comments from anybody?
Yeah, I'll maybe just start. I think Harry didn't really have a fair whip of the crack. Fair crack of the whip there, not whip of the crack.
That's something totally different.
Yes, indeed it is. And I'm sure that Eloise is all over vodding that right now, and it's going to be all over Twitter for the rest of the week. But yeah, I don't feel like he had a fair crack of the whip, to be honest. It was a goal down and a man down almost very, very early. He tightened up the defence and managed to sort of keep it to 2-0 in the first half without showing any real threat. At the end, there was a couple of chances where he could have nicked it. I think Mircom probably does deserve the win, but 11v11, that might have been a very different score.
Yeah, my game really, I think 3-0 maybe flattered Gourmet a little bit. I think AJ maybe did enough to deserve a goal. I think it was unlucky that Valovic goal was ruled out just after half time. I think that would have maybe changed the game. So I reckon Gourmet was very happy with that. But it did take AJ to go to 3 up front with a shadow striker in mind and not a lot in the midfield for him to start creating chances. So I think he'll be a bit not worried, but something to look at maybe in the next game. But maybe it was just one of them where the team didn't perform. Anything from you, Mal?
Pretty much ran through it. I think just earlier on, it was like Cam was pretty in control for most of the game until that red card. I reckon if he carries on sort of switching to that defensive formation, if he goes like a goal or two up, I know it's not particularly pretty football, but I reckon that'll put him in good stead. Two DMs blocking all the shadow striker runs is very powerful in this year's game, as I've experienced myself when I've had to do it. I've got the fixture up here, so we can have a run through of those. Got Cam v Mircon, Gourmet v Simji, which is going to be quite an interesting game because I think they're both on 2 wins at the moment. Harry v AJ and Grimmy v Wald. I am happy to take Cam and Mircon.
I've got both Harry and AJ up if you're happy with me just taking that game again.
Yeah, go for it. Louis, I'll let you pick your last one, and I'll
let you take the Simji one because I think that one will be an interesting one. So I'll take the other one.
Yeah, no worries, mate. That sounds good to me. Right, here we go.
Cam is sticking with. He's starting with it's a very defensive tactics. I suppose I can sort of see where he gets that goals from. Like he is playing like the wide midfielders are inverted wingers, so they are going to be roaming forward quite a bit. You've got a roaming playmaker who can sort of do the roaming play, everything just run around. You've got a Volante, which is essentially a box-to-box midfield, but in a defensive midfielder role. So I suppose you've got more men going forward and you sort of look at the formation and initially realise, but yeah, I think he's got quite a solid tactic there. I'd be curious to see how something like my tactic will face up against that.
I did just notice as well. Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I thought you'd finished. I did just notice as well, whoever's got Wald, he has gone from playing a deep line forward to playing 4 attacking midfielders with no striker.
Yeah.
So that is a little tactical switch.
Yeah, he switched that during when he was, I think it was in the first game when he was, no, he switched out in the second game when he was, when he went 2-1 down.
He did that in the qualifiers as well. That's he got
Yeah.
a lot of success going through the qualifiers last season with that.
Yeah, I believe it's a sort of plan B tactic, if I'm right in thinking that sort of the Sai Maggio's Express, as I like to call it, the striker list with the 4 across the sort of middle line, if you like.
Just kicked off Vardy. Ooh, Vardy's just had a shot go now really wide. Starts us off here. Mirkon, I think, sticking with the standard 4-5-1. That did quite well against Harry, to be fair. Though then again, not sure how facing with Harry's going to be in this draft. He can have off drafts. Does Mr. Harry?
How's your game going, Don?
We've literally just kicked off, mate, so absolutely nothing to talk about yet, unfortunately. Not even, I mean, it's going pretty quickly, but we've not had no highlights. This is our first highlight just going in now, but I'll bring you back.
Right, we have a goal Gourmet. It's 1-0. It's a free kick from the edge of the area from that guy that scored in the last game that we're not going to pronounce the name of.
Goal.
Whipped into the back post to Diego Carlos, heads it in, over to Don. 1-0 Gourmet.
Yeah, it's Richarlison scoring for AJ. AJ back in amongst the goals after the difficult timeout last time. No respite for Harry. Suchek over the top. Richarlison, a brilliant first touch to take it down, and then a really good left-footed volley into the top corner beyond Harry's goalkeeper. Harry looking a bit frustrated right now, understandably so.
And anything in your game so far, Lou?
I completely missed it, to be honest, and I'm trying to work out what's happening. So, Wold is leading. As soon as I've got anything, I will let you know.
Okay, no problem. Right, goal over here. Simji 1, Gourmet 1. Gourmet slaps the desk as that goal goes in. He's not happy. It's a ball from Don's mate Sosa into Mitrovic. Mitrovic brings it down, plays it through to Danny Olmo, and the highlight skipped, but he does slot it into the back of the net. 1-1.
Oh, what a finish! Sorry.
Over to Don.
I didn't mean to interrupt you like that. I just the shock, man.
No,
over to Don. Absolute nowhere. It's 1-0. Harry Ingham, long ball. Danny Ings, he takes it under pressure. Look at that for a chip, by the way. Under the pressure, 2 men around it, and he still pulls that chip out. The shock just overtook me. Harry's back in this 1-0. Sorry.
Goal. Shiro Immobile for Mirkon puts him 1-0 up. I've got to admit, this has been a bit of a dull game so far, already in the second half, and it's we had one decent chance of that was Grimares missing a free kick. Does he skip the highlights? He has. No, Mirkon's got it up, and yeah, it was a decent finish by Immobile from on the penalty, roughly the penalty spot over the keeper.
And it's another goal in this game. Wold is now 2-0 up against Grimmy. It's a great goal from Damsgaard running down the left. He just cuts inside, quick 1-2, slots the ball home. So far, it's been mostly Wold and Grimmy again. Not sure how he's going to get back into this one.
Goal Mirkon. Corner by Cresswell. Immobile heads on to Madueke, who was pretty well onside. Not sure why I went to VAR. It was actually like 2 yards out and just headed past the keeper. 2-0. 60 minutes gone.
Game springing into life over there for Mal. Just got to pick up there, Lou. Do you not use Twitch on dark mode?
I do normally. I'm not sure why it's changed. I do normally use dark mode for everything.
Sorry for pulling
and it's a goal. It's a goal for Grimmy, and it's Jonathan David, or is it? I didn't see how he's offside there.
Well, he's definitely praying. His hands are together.
And it is a goal, and it's a great ball in from the left-hand side, straight onto the head of Jonathan David, and it's 2-1. And that's been since Grimmy has switched to one of the more standard 4-3-3s that he seems to now be getting some chances.
Right, we're still 1-1 over here. We haven't heard from Don for a while, so we'll go across to Don.
It's still 1-0 as I'm speaking. We do have a highlight going on as Alex Tellis is bringing it down. There's not really been any highlights since the last goal, to be honest. Out with a couple of little set pieces here and there that haven't really offered any threat. AJ stat-wise is looking like the slightly better side. Obviously, Harry's shown a bit of nous on the counter both last game and this game now, so he is trying to get himself in there.
We have a goal. Sorry to interrupt you, Don, but I'm gonna have a go at his name. Yusuf Yaxi with the corner, front post header from Diego Carlos to the back post, and then it's poked home by Anthony Marshall out the back stick. We'll go straight to Don. 2-1.
Yeah.
Corner.
Really good bit of play here from AJ. Just recycling. Everything the ball's getting cleared out. He's winning it, recycling it. Eventually it comes to Klosterman, who sort of just does a little 1-2 with Malininski, then does 1-2 with Klosterman, and then it's just a really nice finish into the far corner. 2-1 AJ.
And we have another goal here. Christian Pulisic robs the ball. He passes to Diaby through to Nunes. Nunes runs into the box and fires it past the keeper. Gormy looks up to the roof and howls like a wolf. He's really happy. 3-1. That sort of thing there. Arms up in the air. He's absolutely loving life. But in all seriousness, again, we've seen it in the last game against AJ, Gormy keeping his competitor to minimal chances. In this one against Simji, I think Simji's only had 2 shots on target with maybe 5 or 6 off. Gormy absolutely caning the stats again. So he's obviously come up with something good here, and it's working nicely for him. Over to Mal.
I think we've got a penalty for Cam. It was on the edge. It's on the edge of the box. It's not a penalty. False alarm. It was one of those ones that's on the edge of the box, and it goes to VAR. And yeah, half the time it's a penalty, half the time it's not. Cam does have a free kick. He's and we've got a goal knocking on the door. And it's
an equaliser for Grimmy. And the second half so far, as you can tell, we're nearly 10 minutes left. There hasn't been a lot going on. So there's Wild is just making some changes. Quagliarella is actually on. He did bring him on behind as one of the attacking midfielders, but he's now shifting him up front and going for a 4-2-4. There we go. So so great little play down the left-hand side. Oh, he was skipping. It was crossed in by Griffo, and I think it's Griffo, and Hoagland gets the equaliser.
Full time here, 2-1 to AJ.
Yeah, full time here as well. 2-0 to Cam. 2-2 to Mirgon, sorry. Cam had his chances after the second goal, but wasn't able to take them.
Quagliarella should have scored.
Jesus Christ, that was a horrendous miss.
Not a lot going on in the game that I'm watching. There's a few tactical changes since the third goal. It's been a bit of a cagey affair. We'll bring Lou in there for the last roundup of his game.
So it finished 2-2. Wold started like a house on fire, taking a 2-goal lead. Grimmy did switch it to one of the more standard 4-3-3s and got himself back into the game. But Wold had a chance right at the end, and Quagliarella, the absolute experienced marksman, blasted it high and wide to leave it for 2-2.
So bring you back into the game that we're watching now live on the screen. It's Gormy 3, Simji 1. As I was saying earlier, 21 shots to 9 on target for Gormy with a 2.5 XG. 10 shots to 5 on target for Simji. So it's finished 3-1. And Gormy, I think 3 out of 3, if I'm correct.
You are correct. You are correct. I believe we've got 2 on 0 points if I read the league table right at the end there. The rest are on 6 with Gourmet on 9. I could have misread that. That might not. That was a live league table during the game, so that might not be right up to date. But that's what it looked like.
I think Grimmy's broken his donut because he's just drawn with I can't remember who he's drawn against. He was just drawn with Wold. So I think only Harry.
It's only Harry, yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, Harry's had a difficult start. You know, he had that really difficult result last time against Mircon, the early red card. AJ and Mircon in particular seem to be in amongst the goals as well. Mircon in particular creating lots and lots of chances. The first couple of games maybe didn't necessarily get the goals for that amount of chances. But, you know, when you create that many chances, you're going to eventually score goals. So it's a difficult one. I think Harry just needs to, you know, take a breath, pick himself up, remind himself that he can do this, and, you know, go again.
Definitely. Right, we'll run through the scores and then we'll just go through a quick league table check, and then we'll get some comments from the gang for the previous game. So Cambrodia 0, Mircon 2, Gourmet 3, Simji 1. As Don was saying, Harry 1, AJ and RK 2, and Grimmy 2, Wald 2. So that will leave the table looking like this. We have Gourmet top on 9 points with a 7 goal difference at this stage. That's 5 above anybody else chasing. Sims is in second on 6 points from 3 games. AJ on 6 points from 3 games. FM Mircon on 6 points from 3 games. Then in 5th place, we've got Wald, 4 points from 3 games. Cambrodia in 6th, 3 points from 3 games. 7th is Grimmy, 1 point from his 3 matches, and Harry is 0 from 3. So it's very close at the top. Gorm is 3 points ahead, but then we've got 3 people sitting on 6 just behind him. So any comments from any of your matches that you didn't get to cover whilst the commentaries was on?
No, but I'm just looking at. I'm still on Grimmy's screen at the moment, and he's seen the obvious. Where he's played better with the 4-3-3, so that looks like the way he's going to go for the next one. So a few tactical tweaks in there for Grimmy this time.
There we go. Anything from Don or Mal to add?
Not really. I think I got everything covered in that game, to be honest.
Okay, no problem.
Just seen that Yao Paulinho for Mircon has just been suspended for, I believe that was the next match. So he's going to be quite a big miss against Grimmy. And I believe Cam has had one of his players out, his left midfield out for two matches as well. So both people taking hits from that game into the next one. Speaking of the next set of fixtures, let's have a run through them. Got Harry v Gourmet, in which could be bottom versus top clash. Can Harry break his duck there? Looking unlikely at the moment. Mircon v Grimmy, AJ v Cambodia, and Wald v Simji. I will take Wald and Simji.
Yeah, no problem. Anybody any shouts on what they want?
I'll take AJ Cambrodia if that's okay.
Yeah, no worries. I might go again with Gourmet Harry and see if we can get the lad that's bottom with no wins to stop Gourmet's rise to the top, if that's okay with you, Lo.
Yeah. So does that leave me with? Is that AJ? Is it?
No, I've got AJ. You'll have Mircon, I think. You'll have Mircon versus
Grimmy.
Grimmy, yes, that's correct. So
we're going into this game. Gourmet sticking with the exact same lineup as the last one. I don't know what Harry's been playing over the last few games. Somebody might be able to help me here because I haven't watched any of his yet, but he's playing a 4-4-2. Is that something he's been playing before? And anybody jump in with help me with that one?
I believe he did start with the 4-4-2 in the last one. I don't know how he finished. I think Don covered that one, but he definitely started with the 4-4-2.
Is that Harry? He
Yeah.
didn't really change away from the 4-4-2. Sorry, I was just making sure I had all the right screens up, just in case there was ads and stuff. But he started with the 4-4-2. He did change it against Mircon. Obviously, the red card is kind of forced to sort of adjust a little bit. Against AJ, a lot of it was just responding to what they like, taking the assistant manager's recommendations, which I thought was quite an unusual way of playing. But he's just trying to get back into the game at that stage, I think. So he's just listening to what the assistant telling him, I think, and hoping that it works. And sometimes that's what you've got to do, isn't it? So
definitely, I definitely feel like he needs to try and get a bit more out of Awoni and Ings up top. But there we go. We'll find out how it goes shortly.
It's going to be quite an interesting tactical battle this game because both teams have weirdly similar formations. Like Wald is playing his Osai's sort of 4-2-4 of the Shadow Strike colours, whereas Simji's tacticals has 4 across the attack and midfield, but instead of having 4 backs, he's using wide centre backs and he's putting another guy up top. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up against each other. Simji's tacticals look interesting. I wonder if it's something I want to try out myself because it's not really used wide centre backs too much in draft mode. On attack as well. Well, as we're saying that so far, absolutely no highlights. So, good choice.
Grimmy has started really, really slowly again. Mircon has had 2 absolute brilliant chances. One of them was brilliantly saved. One of them was chipped just slightly wide. Both teams are playing the 4-3-3. But yeah, it's Mircon's the one that started the fastest. And nearly another goal from a corner.
Nothing really happening in my game at the minute. Gormy's had 8 shots, but only 1 on target. Harry's struggling to muster a chance with just 1 shot off target. Couple of yellow cards, but nothing really to talk about over here. Has anybody else got anything going on that we can?
The only thing I've really picked up on this game is Gvardio had a decent effort for Simji, but it went well over. So other than that, it's been a relatively highlight this game. We're approaching the 40 minutes.
And we've got a goal.
Straight to
we have a goal, and it's Jared Bowen for Mircon. It has been, the pressure has been on. There's been a couple of chances with Grimmy that haven't come in, but this one, the Maduki gets the ball across. Barella with the got tackled, but Bowen there at the far post, slots at home, and it's a very well-deserved goal for Mircon.
How's your game going, Don? Very quiet over there.
We've literally just had a goal on what's been about a first highlight. It's a set piece. Whipped in from my man, Maximilian Arnold, who I know for a fact, AJ said at the start of this draft, said Max Arnold is dead to me after him in the last 4 drafts and he's done absolutely nothing. Here he is, getting the assist in this one. It's Issa Duke with a header. 1-0 Cambodia.
How are we getting on in your game, Mel?
Just gone half time here, 0-0. Simji's been making a few tactical tweaks during the game. He's been sort of switching around his wingers, but yeah, nothing overly special. Wald is trying to have a look at his player instructions, but yeah, not too many changes. As I say about Wald's brought on Courtney House and Adeyemi for his at half time. Definitely trying to shake things up then.
Thank you, Mal. We'll go to Lou, I think. Did something happen?
Immobile cracked the bar. It's Grimmy still not able to get any sort of control in this, and it should have already been 3 or 4, and we're not even anywhere near half time yet.
So not as many goals as there should have been in that game there from Lou. We'll bring you back to
goal Wald.
Mal.
Side by Rama with another little chip over the keeper from inside the box. I'm trying to see where to get the assist because I was sort of half watching. Messi with a fantastic ball through the couple of defenders, and Benrahma was able to just get on the end of it and chip it over the keeper. 1-0 Wald. for the first like proper goal sort of goal bound highlight we've seen really. It's 54 minutes in.
So 4th game week of the tournament is a bit quiet all round. I think everybody's into the second half now, and it's a bit quiet. We got Ben in chat. He's not being replied to, I don't think. So whoever needs to reply to Ben, give him a message. I hope you're all right, Ben.
He's been trying to get Lou's attention for a little while. I did nudge him.
They're getting me to check Twitter, which it's difficult when you've got no screens left. So
I'll message you, Ben, if you're feeling left out, mate. As I think we're going to have something here. It could be a penalty shout. It's Jay Lings for Harry Ingram. I don't think it is a penalty. No penalty given. I think he was hoping for something there, but it is a free kick just on the edge of the box. Javi Galan.
Oh my days! It's a goal.
Straight to Don.
It's another defensive shocker. Every single game that I've had so far today, I think, has had one of these defensive shockers where I'm just going to let the highlight do the talking. It's passed across there. Oh, they've skipped the highlight. Damn it. Has AJ got it? Yeah, that is not quite in time. Basically, it's played across the back line and it's got to the defender. Richarlison's nicked in, taken it off the defender, walked through and finished it. 1-1. I'm getting frustrated seeing these defensive goals because I know what it feels like to be these players when they have these goals against them. You know, and even when you're the guy scoring it, you feel, I mean, don't get me wrong, AJ's not going to be complaining here, but you do feel a little bit bad for the opponent when that's what happens. But he's back in the game right now. It might be a point that could be huge for him at the end of tonight. 82 minutes played as well, by the way. So
Simji's
to go.
Yeah.
Over to Matt.
Simji just had Mitrovic fizz one wide from inside the box, but other than that, very quiet here still.
Yeah, same here as well. We're going into the last 10 minutes. It's Harry 0, Gormy 0. I think Harry will be the most happy with this performance. We've had a fair few chances as well from both sides, but we just can't get one to go in the back of the net at the minute. We'll go around the grounds. How's it going in your game, though?
It's been less in the second
Goal.
half. Oh,
Straight
done.
to
AJ might have just nicked this. Cambrodia had the early goal. There's been barely a highlight. And it's Richarlison again. It's a brace for Richarlison. Can we flick that there? As you see, it's just going in there for Richarlison again. Should check with the assist. I don't really know what to say. Cambrodia is going to feel really hard done by here because he was, kind of not necessarily controlling this game. There wasn't a lot of highlights, but when there's not highlights and you're leading 1-0, you feel pretty safe. And then suddenly one defensive error, and then an 90th minute equal winner for AJ as things stand here. This is the moment to change the tournament really, and huge moment for these two guys.
Finished in my game 0-0. I'm definitely going to be having strong words with Gormy after this. I don't want to be watching that again. Absolutely shocking.
Just
Over
approaching
to
the. Yeah.
Oh,
Go on, Dom.
No, not really anything. It was basically from that Maxwell Arnold's had a free kick. It's just clipped the bars. It's fizzes over. But given the sort of tensity of it, I kind of just reacted. I'm sorry, Mal. On you go, mate.
So I thought it was going to be a highlight here, but the penalty is probably going to come to nothing. We just had Wold go very close to Cedinho Dest. Simply switched to an even more interesting tactic from his usual one, where he's pulled Balotelli back as a defensive winger and Szoboszlai back to midfield, so it looks just a bit mental, really. It didn't really do much for him, sadly, as Wold had a better chances since then, and 1-0 Wold, full-time result.
Yeah, full-time in mine as well. There wasn't many highlights in the second half, but one thing that obviously in the first half I said there were many chances for Mirkon, and he should have buried it. And in one of the few chances that we did have in the second half, Dubravka made an absolutely brilliant save for Mirkon. It would have been very much a smash and grab draw for Grimmy if that had gone in. So Mirkon got a little bit lucky, but very much deserved that win.
Yeah, full time here as well, 2-1.
Very. I'm very. We've played 4 games now. After 3 game weeks of having some cracking sides, and I mean, we've probably seen 10 goals plus in every game week. This has got to be like one of them Saturdays where you look towards the football to shine the light on your week, and then you've just been disappointed from every match played. Like, I don't know what all your games are like, because obviously I'm only watching mine, but mine was, I mean, it was shocking. It was terrible. I don't really know whether we should be going through this.
I mean, to be fair to your game, Harry has got off the board, so there is going to be no donuts in this one. And he did get a point against the runaway leader. Well, did look like it could be the runaway leader. So that is something for him.
All right.
So
we've got the. Sorry, Mal. We've got the graphic here for Meloise. Obviously, she didn't need to add much onto it this time, but we'll run through it anyway. Harry, Gourmet. Less said about that, the better. 0-0. Miacon, Grimmy, 1-0. Miacon. AJ and RK 2. Cambrodia 1 in game of the week, and Wald 1. Simji 0. Anything to add on these guys? I don't think there will be. But...
If that was game of the week, you guys were depressed as anything. I think you all need to go and sign up to Evolving Mindset after that, because that was not game of the week, I can assure you.
Yeah, I think we'll all be signed up to that soon enough if we get another one of them weeks. Why you do mention that Evolving Mindset, Don? Go on, give us a shout out for that.
Yeah, basically, Evolving Mindset, it's a charity. They're very, very prominent in the FM community, but any mental health concerns, regardless of where you are in the world, give them a shout. You can contact them on their Twitter, their Facebook, their website, or even just jumping into like one of Limo's chats or into his Discord. He can direct you to get help or help yourself. Brilliant charity. They've looked after me. I can talk personally on that. I know they've helped many other people in this community. So yeah, if you ever need that support, it's okay not to be okay. Make sure you ask for the help.
Yeah, definitely. It's okay not to be okay. Just fire somebody a message, even if it's not somebody that's a professional. Just talking to somebody can help so much. But there is always people there for you. Anyway, let's move on and see what we've got happening.
It's break time, buddy. So quick 5-minute break.
Here we go.
Yeah,
here we go.
Yeah, we've introduced the break time after game week 4, so everyone can have a quick stretch of the legs and stuff, mate.
See, do you know what it was? I wasn't here last week, so I didn't know all this, did I? Anyway, you're always learning. Well, why we are going to go to a quick break, we will give our FM Hub a shout out. This time, instead of me giving it the big spiel, we're going to hand over to Don for a quick little rundown on FM Hub before we show the video. Go on, Don. Fire away.
Yeah, so FM Hub, it's just your one-stop shop for the FM community, really. Doesn't matter whether you're a viewer, a creator, or just someone that enjoys playing FM. If you're wanting to just go and get yourself a new skin, some new graphics to improve, your experience of the game, they've got that. If you want to get yourself a print of your team that you've just won the Champions League with, you can get that. If you want to print of even your real life team, they can do that as well. It's absolutely amazing quality stuff that they do over there. If you're a creator, they can give you all the support that you need to help build your community, help build the stuff that you want, whether if you're YouTube, your thumbnails. For me, they've just done me some Twitch overlays. Are absolutely top quality. I love them. So yeah, just make sure you check them out. And even if you're just someone who just wants to view content, they can direct you to the right YouTuber, the right Twitch streamer, or even the right blog creator for yourself.
Brilliantly said there, Don. We will get a link in the chat for FM Hub. We also got the link in the chat for the Evolving Mindset. We'll fire away with the video. We'll take a short break. Thanks for sticking around and join us again in a few minutes' time.
fade. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable, a new animal. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I got the lightning inside me. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I'm like a titan that's rising. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable, a new animal. This is how legends are made.
Right, everybody, we're back from our quick break. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for everybody that stuck around. Hope everybody's well.
Yep.
Anybody got
So-
anything to add?
I have just seen in the competitors chat, AJ has 6 suspensions for the next game. This break has came at almost the right time.
Ooh.
Alex Tellez, Thomas Suchek, Lewis Tussart, Musa Niakati, Idrissa Gana Gay suspended again, because obviously got suspended in the first game. And on top of that, Nicolas Soule. The breaks probably came at the right time for him to be able to sit and work that one out, because I've got no idea what I'd be doing there. It's an 18 to 20 man squad with 6 suspensions. That hurts. That hurts. I feel for him there.
Yeah,
That's rough.
that is rough.
I feel sorry for AJ there. Anybody else? Anything to add in?
It seems like Wold is doing okay for suspension. He's only got a couple of people who are 1 yellow card away at the moment, so he's in a good stead going into these next game, which I think is against he's against a Gourmet actually. So he's against top of the table. Milinkovic has been suspended for Simchi, which is going to be quite a big miss for him. He's been using him quite a lot in that sort of centre back three. So whether he's got a good place on the bench, I'm not entirely sure. But it's only for one game, so fortunately it's not going to affect him too much.
Harry's in the chat as well, saying he will get a win before this tournament finishes. Harry, we believe in you, mate. You have got this, my friend. Go get that win.
Loving the determination. So, suspensions announced.
Should we run through the fixtures?
Yeah, go on. Do you want to fire away, Mel?
Yep, we've got Cambodia v Harry, Simji v Mircon, Gormy v Wold, and Grimmy v AJ. I'm happy to take Simji and Mircon, as I've got Simji stream up.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see how Grimmy and AJ goes. That could be something for the mainstream.
Yeah, I'll take that one then. I'll take that one.
I'll take Gor. Oh, on you go. You pick first, Luke.
Well, to be fair, that works out quite well because I was going to take Harry and Cam.
Perfect. I've just not had a chance to watch Gormy yet, so
run to the toilet. I'll be alright, guys.
I'm quite keen for that. We have sound on that, buddy. So if you want to flick it off and on again, essentially, just not click the wee button, I think.
Think it's
That's still getting sound, mate.
Like that.
yeah. It's right.
There we go.
Yeah, that's it. That's it now.
Sorry about that.
All good, all good.
The painting on the wall is a poster of, I think, Gervinho, when he played Juventus. I think it's Gervinho. I've hopefully got the right player. Yeah, it's a present from this is a giveaway on Murph's 1 year anniversary stream. So there we go. Ben. I think we're heading towards the games on our end. Yeah, we're just popping into the game. Simji sticking with his formation that he's been using throughout this tournament, that 3 at the back with like a 3-2-4-1, I guess. Best way you can describe that. Hakimi on the right wing, which Stick used to quite good effect in past at playoffs, but he didn't seem to be having the same look this time around.
Jeb played him on the right wing as well last season.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Hakimi do some very good runs coming in and then having a pop at it, but doesn't seem to be working as well for Simji this time around.
What role are you using him in, out of curiosity? Because I know Stick was it.
And we got a goal. We got a goal for Cambodia. And it's a lovely header at the far post. Great build-up play down the right-hand side. Under gets the ball across. And a great header at the far post, which the keeper can't get to. It's 1-0, and that is pretty much the first chance of the game so far.
Yeah. Hakimi's been used as the winger, by the way, and goal Simji. Mitrovic with another goal. Good cross in by, I think that was Slobozlai, I think that was. And yeah, hops to Mitrovic, who is lurking inside that 6-yard box, to 1-0 Simji. 15 minutes gone. Yeah, probably overall deserved, I think, based off what I've seen. Not been too many chances, but Simji's had been having the better of the game so far.
Right, nothing happening really in my game. Still 0-0 after half an hour gone. How's your game going, Doc?
No, after half an hour gone, ironically. We're on our second highlight now. Our first highlight was
There's a goal. There's a goal for Cambodia. It's 2-0, and it's Jamie Vardy, and that is a horrible, horrible bit of goalkeeping. He tried. Mendy tried to come out, slide tackle Vardy, couldn't get it, and then slotted the ball home for 2-0.
We've got one now. I can't show you because I've literally just got an ad, and Gormy skipped the replay. But Ben Rama has put Wald 1-0 up. Wald has been the better team so far. He had a couple of little pop shots earlier on in the first highlight, but they all blocked off his own player, ironically. But the second one, no mistake from Ben Rama, 1-0 Wald.
Goal, AJ, 1-0. Amari plays it just back to Malinowski, and Malinowski just runs inside the box and slots it in the far post. 1-0 AJ.
No, breakaway for Simji, or Slobozai just hits it over.
As things stand, sorry, keep going.
Simji having the better of the game so far. Probably looks like he's going to get a second on my end, but yeah, going on.
Yeah, I was just saying, as things stand, Gormy is off top spot for the first time this tournament.
Ooh. Okay. The could be a 3-game wonder for him if he's this week. Who's top instead? Would that be...
It's goal. It's 3-0 Cambodia. Lacroix, is it? Just run from his own half all the way down the left. Literally no challenges coming in. Ball's played into Arnold. One touch, slots it past the keeper. 3-0, and it is so easy. Harry is looking very perplexed.
It would be AJ taking over the lead. Wald would be equal on points with Gormy as well, also on 10 as things stand. Gormy, we've just got to half-time, but he has been, like, stat-wise, he has now shown us a slightly better side, but it's still 1-0 to Wald. On you go, mate.
Sorry there. AJ may have gone 2-0 up. We are going to a VAR. It has been awarded. It's Aaron into Vlahovic. Vlahovic then runs around the side and plays it across to Malinowski, who slots it past the keeper. AJ 2, Grimmy 0. AJ looking very happy with his performance so far. How are we going in the other games? Do we go back to Don?
It's still 1-0. I still think Gormy's maybe slightly edging this in terms of everything, but looking at possession, it's been Wall, so it's Gormy being effective on the counter, just not getting the goals for it. Other than that, nothing really to talk about. It's still 1-0 Wall. 56 minutes played.
Over to Mal.
He just earned his make on just how the shot kind of off the inside of the post and back out again. It's his first highlights I've really seen that's gone that close. Nothing to report otherwise. Pretty even game overall, XG wise. Seems just a highlight at the moment, but company still 1-0 to him. Oh, Immobile's still in it. It's running forward. Oh, shot's going to be gone. Oh, the great save by Lafont.
It's a goal.
Keeper.
Over to Lewis.
And it's 4-0 Cambodia. Harry's got his head in his hands. He doesn't understand what's going on. It was good defending initially, but they didn't follow up that ball. Played into Vardy, slots it home under Mendy's legs. Harry has had very little chances to note so far, and it's 4-0 at half-time for Cambodia.
4-0. Harry's really struggling tonight, isn't he? I have drafted with him in a few community drafts, and I've not really seen him do that bad. As we are seeing a goal in the game that I'm watching, we'll have a look at it now. We're going to see if it's disallowed. It is disallowed. Grimmy there thinking he might have made the game interesting on the 70th minute. Elise tried to play the ball across to Umar Sadiq, who was slightly offside by about a yard or two. So it is still 2-0 AJ.
Interesting things going on with Harry here. He's made 3 changes at half time, including bringing off Mendy in goal for Odero. So the backup goalkeeper's in to see if he can keep some shots out. But
Goal. Sorry, though. It's AJ now putting himself 3-0 up. That goal there from disallowed goal from Grimmy spurred AJ's team into another one. It was whipped across by Schmid, a back post to Edgar header. I think the keeper probably should have done better, but he will take that 3-0 AJ. I think that's game over, 3 minutes left. How are we looking in the other games?
Still 1-0 here on you go, Mal.
Still 1-0.
Yeah.
Got to Mal.
Still 1-0 here as well. It's been quite a long highlight, though, which normally results in a goal. Simji has had an effort from a corner saved, and that was a pretty horrendous shot by Olmo to gone high and wide. I would say Mirkon's having a bit better of the game, definitely in the second half. He's made 3 changes already. He's brought on El Shawi, Kamada, and Mankilo in place of Cresswell, Barella, and Chet Umecha. It's gone quite attacking, sticking on a lot of instructions. That's probably too many. It's not been able to get anything so far. Still 1-0
possible goal here. No, it's disallowed. It's a bit of a bash around in the box, but I think Vardy was just offside.
Go to Don.
It's an incisive counter from Gourmet. I said the counters was where he looked most dangerous, and it's just almost 1-2 touch passing here. Tyler Adams eventually manages to break down the right, deflected across to Diaby, who volleys it off the bar and into the back of the net. Really good finish. Sort of, adjusting for a difficult sort of ball, and it is 1-1.
Quick full-time result for my game, 3-0 AJ. Anybody got anything to add?
Full-time here, 1-0.
We've got 20 minutes to play here, and Harry still has not had a shot on target yet.
Yeah, same here. Still 1-0. Again, it's probably Mirkon's still probably having a bit better of the game, but nothing going his way so far in terms of attacking chances. He was fiddling around a bit. I wonder if those changes have actually worked for him. I think he's just brought on Kenny in midfield to partner Odegaard. And yeah, that's Simji making some changes now. Switching to a very sort of Christmas tree-ish looking formation with 3 centre-backs, if that makes sense. It's sort of like pull the wingers back to be defensive wingers. I guess that's sort of his sort of way of trying to see out a game with that tactic, because he could probably pull Hakimi to would be a fullback he wanted to, but yeah, it seems to be working out well for him so far. Not had much of a a chance after that, and is that a pen? No, it's not a pen. Okay, it's a good tackle that. And could Mirkon be away? Kamada not able to get through defense, but he's able to get through second time. He's through. Oh, chips the keeper. Oh, Militao off the line. So that could have been equaliser for Mirkon, but it's Militao is the absolute hero for Simji. Yeah, it's still 1-0 here.
Still 1-0 there. We've got Ben in the chat asking a question. Fire away, mate, and we'll go to Lou while we're waiting for that.
We've got a goal. I think Harry has scored with his first shot on target. Turan pushing down the middle, plays a beautiful ball in, and it's slotted home by Oscar. And his first shot on target results in a goal. 4-1.
4-1.
Yeah, it's full time here. Simji 1, Mirkon 0. Simji was begging for the whistle to be blown towards the end of that game. I think he knew that Mirkon was winning the ascendancy a bit.
Goal.
But,
just as Harry scores his first goal of the game, Jamie Vardy has just scored his 3rd goal of the game. It's 5-1, and it is so easy. The ball's played into Arnold, into Gramares, brilliant ball in, a flick little header from Vardy. It's 5-1.
5-1 Cam. So Are all the other games finished? They are, aren't they, I
yes.
think.
Yeah.
So we'll just stick with this one, Lou. We'll stick
And
with
we're
you.
finished now as well.
5-1. Nice. Right, we'll wait for the scores to come in. Any quick run throughs on or anything to add on them games while we're waiting for the progress?
I
Go on, Matt.
believe Simji, if the live detail was correct, has moved up into third with 9 points. So it could be that he's sort of making a bit of a comeback. He had a good start, then sort of lost 2 games in a row. But since then, he's been, say he's been on the set. He's won his next game, so his game is getting quite tight at the top. With 2 games left.
Yeah, we will run through a quick table after we've ran through the scores. Keep everybody up to date. And we have got that score graphic coming in right now. Some absolute fantastic work in the background from Louise. And here we go. So Cambodia 5, Harry 1, Simji 1, FM Mirkan 0. Gormy 1, Wald 1. That's back-to-back draws from Gormy. Dropping some points there. Grimmy 0, AJ and RK 3. And that will leave the table as follows. AJ is currently top after 5 games on 12 points. Gormy 6th, second with 11 points after 5 games. Then third is Simji with 9 points after 5 games. Also on 9 points after 5 games is FM Mirkan in 4th. Wald will be on 8 points after 5 games in 5th. Cambodia 6 points after 5 games in 6th. And then Harry Ingram and St. Grimmy are battling for bottom spot, both on 1 point after 5 games. So we've got quite a race for the title here, or it's not even the title, but the top 3 really.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've only got Harry and Grimmy not able to qualify at the moment, so the rest of them are all within very good striking distance. Cam needs a bit of catch up, but he's based off his performance in last game, he certainly seems to be giving it his best shot. Yeah.
Is Cam the one that's on 6 points there?
Yeah,
Cam's
on
on 6 points.
Yeah,
so he's not out of it, but he does need scores going.
We've got 2 games left. I think 6 points is a very hard ass to turn around now.
Yeah.
Obviously mathematically still in it. You only need to really get a good score in top 3, and 12 points might be enough for a top 3 finish.
Yeah.
Depending on what Group B do next week. But I struggle to see you getting second with 12 points just with the sort of top 4 are right now, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you'd need all of the top 4 to lose all of the rest of their games, really, for him to be in with such a shout, I think.
Yeah.
But definitely from Wald in 5th to first place is an open shot, really.
Yeah.
In answer to your question, Ben, who would I like to pay me in a movie? Probably somebody like Brad Pitt or something. I don't know. We'll go for one of the. It's got to be somebody that's got the good looks in it. Do you know what I mean? Right. Anyway, swiftly.
I think my height determines that mine's got to be what's his name? Done Top Gun.
Tom Cruise.
Oh, Tom Cruise, that's the one. Just because of my height, he's only got short enough to play me.
we might as well actually find out who would all play. So go on, Lou. Who would you like to play you in a movie?
I don't know. Well, it's got to be someone the complete opposite of me, hasn't it? So it's got to be someone completely ripped, like a Chris Hemsworth or something, isn't it?
And what about you, Mal? Who would you like to play you in a movie?
This is a difficult one. I mean, the first thing that pops into mind for some reason is Benedict Cumberbatch, which I guess sort of makes sense. He's been in sort of that. He's been in that sort of role. He's been in loads of roles, so I can sort of see it being played by him. I guess not really got the height, so. So yeah.
There you go, Ben. Anyway. Your questions answered from everyone. Have we got fixtures for the next games?
Yeah, we do indeed.
Go on, Mal, fire away.
Yeah, we got Cam v Gormy, Harry v Grimmy, Mircom v Wald, and AJ v Simji.
The Grimmy Harry one be interesting. We can call that the battle for the wooden spoon.
Yeah.
Both are not really. Both are conceding goals quite a lot. So in theory, there should be some goals in there.
Yep.
I think I'd like to take Mirk on Wald because I don't feel like they've been on that much, and it's a battle just outside the top two. If that's okay with everybody else.
Yep. I can take Cam and Gormy, and Don, you can take AJ and Simji if you fancy.
Yep, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Also, Eloise, our star in the background, would like to be played by Danny DeVito. Just had to shout that one out for her as well. Right.
Tom Hardy for me as RC. Yeah, I can see that.
That's not a bad shout, actually. He's a really good actor. Right, let's get back to the competition.
I lost my end of the stream there, guys, so I've just had to flip it back on. So it should be back up on yours now.
Right, we have a goal. Goal early on, 2 minutes in. It's FM Mirkan. It's that West Ham legend at left back, Aaron Cresswell. Lovely
goal
free
here
kick,
as well.
Lovely curler. Bended it like Beckham. 1-0. We'll go straight to Mal.
Goal here, 13 seconds in, and it's Don's boy and Gormy's boy, Christian Pulisic, slotting it under the keeper. Put Gormy 1-0 up very early on in the game. And Gormy's absolutely going absolutely mental for one of his American boys scoring. Love to see that.
Is this a goal for Harry?
All right, we'll go straight to Lou.
We're just seeing if there's a VAR check here. It's a goal awarded. It's Danny Ings. Danny Ings has scored for Harry. He's a goal up after 5 minutes. It's a beautiful ball into Adams. Heads it across. Volley from Ings. Beautiful.
I'm sure Don was going to shout something out, so we'll go straight to Don.
Not a goal, just Mitrovic with a big double chance, but managed to miss an open goal with the second one.
Goal,
and out.
Two goals in the space of 5 minutes for Gormy.
Goal.
Cameras as a highlight. But it was Mateus Nunes from inside the box after, I think it was a Yaziki cross. 2-0 goal. Going on.
Straight over to Don.
Yep, it's Malovsky's free kick into Richarlison. It comes back in. He's just sort of dribbled it around outside the foot, beats the goalkeeper into the top corner. Actually, a really lovely finish from Richarlison, who's fast. I mean, it's gone down as a Milinkovic own goal, actually, that one. But for me, that was Richarlison's goal. What a finish. 1-0 AJ.
Lots of goals going in early on. I think we needed that little break to separate us up, and we'll go straight to Lou.
It's an equaliser for Grimmy, and it's that man, Jonathan David. Is a good. That one's stop pressing. Skip. Dewsbury Hall started in midfield. Lopez with a beautiful ball into Jonathan David, and he slots it home for 1-1. Straight to Don.
It's Mitrovic. I was going to say Milinkovic. It's Mitrovic. Gardeval doing good work down the left-hand side. Playing the 1-2 with Ficino eventually. Decent ball in. Mitrovic gets his head to it. Goalkeeper beat in. 1-0.
Goal, Cam.
Some out.
Cam's got one back. It was a lovely little run in by, I believe it was Cam's right winger. I can't remember who it was exactly, but it fell to Bellingham inside the box, who hit a lovely little finish into the right top corner, and that was not sure how Martial just missed that. He was pretty much through on goal, and he only had, I believe it was Diop to beat, and he was just hit against the defender. Could have really done anything else, but no, hit against the defender, and it's out for a corner, which came to nothing.
Okay, then. Anything happening? We'll go over to Lou. How's your game getting on?
There's been a couple of chances. Jonathan David nicked the ball in midfield and hit one from distance. Oh, and here we go. And it's it's offside anyway. It's been fairly even, to be honest. The chances haven't been good. The only shots on target so far have been the goals. So not a lot to report.
straight to Mal.
That man Marshall again. They quite a because got me skip the highlight. Brilliant. It was long, but it was a ball over the top to Marshall, and he was able to run through from about 20 yards out into the box and finish it. 2-1, 3-1 goal me. Only 20 minutes gone.
And we haven't heard from you in a while, Don.
And it's a goal.
It
is a goal for Grimmy, and it's fairly fortuitous because it was a long range shot which cannoned back off the bar. Jonathan David with a long ranger off the bar, and Hojund just swoops in with the header, and it's 2-1 Grimmy.
We have a goal here as well.
Goal me again.
It's a corner whipped in by Wald, and it's headed in, I think, by Rani Kadira. Yeah, it was Rani Kadira. Messi corner, Rani Kadira goal straight to Mal.
Diaby picked up a failed clearance, and Nunes ran into the box, and a good finish from just outside the 6-yard box for going to be 4-1 up. And it's only been 25 minutes. Lots of goals in this one.
Okay, so we haven't heard from Don for a while. Let's check in with Don. Are you still there, Don?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just kind of enjoying lots of highlights, but not really any major
Red
end
card.
product from them.
Cam. Mahika sent off the Cam. Looks like it was a dodgy challenge, and Cam is a bit distraught. He's 4-1 down after 25 minutes, and now he's after half an hour, and he's got I think it was his left back sent off as well. So there we go.
Straight to Mal. Straight to Don.
Yeah, I'm hoping they don't skip highlights here. But I think AJ is now stuck. It's Bellotti who has scored it. It's just good pressing again, to be honest with you. Klosterman does his man. I said he could go forward. Gardevo then recovers. Great pressing from Rodrigo Bertwal, who intercepts. One touch across to Bellotti. Back of the net. Easy finish. 2-1 AJ.
So we have got something to report in my game. We've had a penalty for Miakon. Lucas Nemcha did take it and missed. But as we're talking, it was crossed into Nemcha. He fires it back to, I didn't quite get whose name it was above his head. But
it's a goal.
Barella crossed it. Barella to Kamada, then crossed it. Nemcha fires back to Kearney, and then Kearney hits it in. Louis, straight to you, mate.
Yeah, it's a goal for Grimmy. Long ball over the top. Brilliant bit of control. Takes it round the goalkeeper. Keeper just stood there. Only has to tap it in. It's 3-1 Grimmy, and Harry looks mortified. I think this is the one he thought he could win.
So 2-1 over here. It's finished to Miakon against Wald. Big result in the race for the top three. How are we getting on in other games? We'll go to Mal. I think Mal's ready to.
It's only just gone to half time, eh? It's still 4-1 to Gormy. Is it Cam switch to a narrower formation? I suppose he has to take on one of his wingers to bring on a fullback, and he's sort of moved everyone in. He's using, I believe it's Mojica as a ramdoter. Not a role I've used very much, but
Go
on, Don.
Corner. Malinsky into Sule. Back of the net. Simple as that, really. It's nice to see a few back post corners, to be fair, but it's the second one we've seen from AJ. Man after my own heart is AJ here.
Gotta love his follower dance, and yeah, I absolutely love that. I think it's top quality.
Yeah.
Gotta love him.
Yeah.
How are the rest of the games getting on?
I'm assuming your Bold game's finished, because I'm literally like that Inception when I flicked that your one back on there.
No, we finished 2-1.
Yeah, with still half an hour gone, still 4-1. Cam seems to have sort of stopped the flow of goals from Gormy in the second half. Not deviating much. Well, not deviating from his sort of change formation. I suppose he's still on a cautious mentality. Well, I suppose he's not gone a bit more attacking for this, and it's sort of just letting the game play out more than anything else. It was a corner, headed away, and might be recycled back in though. Nunes up to Yaziki. It's one of them block shots that goes nowhere. Okay, never mind. Now, this kind of continues, though. Lacroix back to Diop, out to Bellingham. Unde, he's making his way forward, but he's tackled by Pulisic of all people. But it's fallen back to Bellingham, who's then tackled by Martinez. Lots of midfield battles going on here. Diego Carlos up to Christensen on the right back, up to Diaby. And up to Nunes. Ooh, could have got a better head onto that, but Diaby's through now. Oh, off the upright, and it goes out for a goal kick.
How's your game getting on, Lo?
It's just as you come to me. It's a goal. It's a goal for Grimmy. It's 4-1. Harry's been a little bit unlucky. Aaron Ramsdale has been in absolutely great form. He's made a couple of great saves, but Grimmy's gone down the other end, and Jonathan David has put it in off the post. 4-1 Grimmy.
What a game.
Goal me. I need to watch replay this because I wasn't overly paying attention, but it was Diaby. Oh, it was Diaby got intercepted by Correa, but Martial win it off Correa immediately afterwards and fed it through back to Diaby, who was able to put it away. 5-1. Don't think there's much away back for Cam now. If there was one in the first place.
Schlotterbeck has just put one in for Harry. It's 4-2. It's a free kick, ball in, header from Schlotterbeck, and it's a good header. It's a bit too late now, I think, for to Harry get anything out of this.
So, game's still playing. Is there anything going on?
We're still 3-1 here.
Oh,
sorry, Mal.
Yeah, still 5-1 here. Cam's desperately trying to make changes to get anything from this game, but he seems to be a bit dejected. Seems he doesn't really know what to do, which, to be fair, after seeing 4 goals in the first 25 minutes, I would also sort of throw my hands up and just go, nah. Okay.
I'm not surprised Don
jumped
in there. I've been calling him Mal all night, so... Well, go on, Don.
I was just going to say it's still 3-1 here. Scrap that, it's 3-2 here, depending on VAR decision as I talk. A free kick highlight started. It's gone in the back of the net. It is going to VAR. It's disallowed. I suspected that. Just the way the players reacted there, I suspected that might go disallowed. So, unfortunately, it's right decision, but Slimani was just off, so it remains 3-1. I was just also going to drag to the chat. Harry in the chat saying that he doesn't know what he's done to the FM gods to deserve this. The FM gods are malicious and sadistic people, Harry. You've probably done nothing. They just like pain. We have also finished 3-1 here, and Mircon has said if he wins his next game versus Gourmet, he will qualify automatically. So big game there, King, for you maybe decide for your feature stream.
Yeah,
I think we look at the table and see what needs to be what's in it to play for, and when we divvy up the games there. But we'll go to Mal. I think he's got something to add.
Yeah, I just seen a lively table. It seems like it's I think it's going to be quite a tight battle at the top between AJ and Gourmet for sure. Cam has just missed a decent effort, but honestly, it's been just been sort of going through the motions really. I think Gourmet has switched to Gourmet's keeping with the same tactic, which isn't a bad thing. And yeah, it's just gone full time in the screen. 5-1 Gourmet. Very happy with that. Pretty sure that means he's qualified, or at least got third place in the bag.
I think the top 3 with Wald result, it's the top 3 are guaranteed top 3 now. I think it's now who's guaranteed the automatic.
We'll go over to you, Lou. How did your game finish, mate?
It finished 4-2 in the end. It was unfortunate at times for Harry. Aaron Ramsdale did have a particularly good game in the second half. Grimmy just a little bit more clinical in front of goal. So 4-2, and probably unless Harry pulls something really out the bag in the last game, is probably consigned to bottom.
Yeah, it might be the case, to be honest with you. He's had a bit of a rough night, and I do feel for him, but sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, I'm afraid. Right, we'll wait for our score graphic to come in, and we'll run through the scores. We'll have a quick look at the league table, and then we'll sort out games for the last ones. Did anybody, while we're waiting for the score graphic and the process, got anything to add about their games that they didn't get to run through whilst the games were on?
Not really. I was just going to highlight on the league table there, so I'll just let you guys go on and out.
Yeah, right. We've got this one here. I think that's.
Yeah, I've got it on my cam stream as well.
Right, so we've got Cambodia 1, Gormy 5, Harry 2, Grimmy 4, Mircon 2, Wald 1, AJ and RK 3, Simg 1. And then we'll go to a league table that looks like this. AJ is currently top on 15 after 6 games. Gormy 1 point behind him on 14 after 6 games. And then the pack below is Mircon in 3rd on 12, Simg in 4th on 9, Wald in 5th on 8, Cam in 6th on 6, Grimmy in 7th on 4, and Harry looks to have got the bottom of the league table solidly wrapped up with 1 point after 6 games. Anything, I think, go on, Mal, I think you wanted to jump in, go on.
I was going to say that the top 3 hasn't been sealed quite yet. We've still got Simg, who is waiting to pounce on a potential Mircon loss to Gormy, because they're both on the same goal difference at the moment. Simg does have Harry last, so Harry could potentially act as a spoiler for him if Mircon does find himself on the wrong end of the defeat. But if Mircon does win, I believe that does make him qualify. So it is all to play for in that game.
Yeah, definitely. I think if AJ wins, he's obviously won. If AJ does drop points and Gormy beats Mircon, he can possibly win. Mircon can cement either a 2nd or 3rd place with a win against Gormy. I think Simg will definitely be looking and hoping that Gormy wins and he can try and cement the 3rd place. So we have got people that can move up. I think Wald and below are already sort of can't qualify now, I think, if my maths is correct.
Yeah.
You are, yeah. Basically, Mircon needs a point to secure 3rd place. He gets a point, he has 3rd locked.
Yeah.
But obviously then we've got Group B. 13 points is a very respectable target. I think it was about, was it 12 last season that got us through?
Yeah, I think.
So, and the season before that, I think it was 15 because Grimmy set a ridiculous points total to catch up with. So 13 is in that window where you can still get through as best place, 3rd place. So a point might be enough for Mircon to get to the finals with Gormy. 14 is even if he loses this game, he's in very good shape as sort of best place 3rd. And then obviously, I don't think there's any way that AJ can not automatically qualify. Now, I don't think there's a world that happens. So AJ is guaranteed through going into this game.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Do we have a fixture list for the next game?
Yep, we've got Simg v Harry, Gormy v Mircon, which I probably should be on the main screen because of the importance of that fixture. Grimmy v Cambodia and Wald v AJ. So the other game that could be important is Simg v Harry because I believe, and I suppose more than AJ as well, if AJ could keep top spot. So I'll take Simg and Harry if that is okay with everyone.
I'll take AJ if it's okay.
Yep, not a problem. So that leaves me with Grimmy versus Cam.
Yep.
If I'm right in thinking.
Yeah, perfect.
You're indeed correct.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Teams are locked in then for the last round of
get on
games.
and just...
Sorry, Mal, go on.
Sorry. Cindy should be looking to just absolutely batter Harry for this. Really, like he shouldn't have any let up at all because any slip up from Mircon he can take advantage of. Well, I mean, even like a 1-0 win and Mircon losing season through, I think, because of the goal difference.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go then. Last round of games. What do we have in store? Any shocks are we going to have? We're maybe not having the possible start we had in the last game where I think there was like 5 goals in the first 10 minutes. Everybody's looking very intensely looking at the screen so far. Any action around the grounds at this precise moment in time?
We literally just kicked off.
Yeah.
We had an early highlight where I think it was Grimmy Striker rounded Cambrodia's goalkeeper, but his touch as he went round the goalkeeper was too heavy and the defender was able to recover and clear before he got there to tap in. But that's the only major opportunity we've had 12 minutes in.
Right, we're getting our first or second highlight of the game. It's been very much a midfield battle. We have had chances, but nothing to show from highlights. As Mircon looks to bring the ball out, playing it round a bit here. Hopefully he doesn't lose it. It's played over the top for Bowen. Can he get a ball across? He finds Barella. Barella running into the box, and he puts it far left-hand post. It's Mircon 1, Gormy 0. This could see Mircon go into second place. Gormy's had such a good tournament so far. I don't actually think he's lost a game yet. Don't quote me on that, but he's going to be really gutted. I see his face now. He's like looking at the screen.
If I was Gormy, I'd be just completely reassuring myself and going 14 points should be enough. It's a very high bar to set.
Goal from the highlight after that. It's a free kick just inside Mircon's. No, it's not. It's out wide. Pulisic crosses it in. It's headed back across by somebody, and then Bailey knocks it in. It's a bit of a defensive shamble, really. I think the goalkeeper probably could have done better, but Gormy will take that 1-1. And then we have another highlight straight away. It's that boy Aaron Cresswell. This time he doesn't bend it like Beckham. He misses.
We've had a goal disallowed here. Richarlison's had a goal disallowed for offside, and it's one of those that's so close that the blue and yellow line are flashing. That is how incredibly close AJ was to taking the lead. A few good chances for Wild in the beginning. Still 0-0 here.
We'll go to Mal.
It's been pretty much all Simji so far. It's not had too many shots on target, I think. We've got very close to Slobozai having a effort cannon off the post from quite a distance, but yeah, it's been how he's been defending resolutely so far. Although again, Guardiola's just ran through every single one of his team and just skied shots there for Simji. But yeah, Simji is looking quite frustrated at how things are going so far. He knows he needs a win, and even then that might not be enough with how the Gobi game goes.
Right, we're just at half time here, 1-1. We had a couple of chances towards the end of the half, and Gormy probably looked the better team after coming back to 1-1. But at half time, it is 1-1. He's just giving a team talk, and the whole of the team is switched up and confused. He's no Alex Ferguson, let's say that. Over to Mal.
Simji, I'm not sure how Simji hasn't scored. He's had another effort cannon off the post and go out. He's got 1.74 XG going on.
Go to Dan.
This is complete. We've just got into the second half, and this is completely against their run of play. This has been all Grimmy. Grimmy has absolutely destroyed. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the replay. He's absolutely destroyed Cambrodia here. I will be honest, but it's been a incisive counter. Darusan into Jude Bellingham 1-0.
And let's go back to Mal first, and then we'll go to Louis, barring no goals.
Just gone through half time. Harry's staring at his team, wondering what changes to make. Time not to go to change too much. I think he's probably must be happy with getting a point here. I mean, he will be happy with a win, of course, because he's not won yet. But a point against. Go on, done.
Well, we're waiting on the VAR, so we'll keep going now. But I'll flick it on
Okay.
screen, pending that there's nothing
Yeah.
there, and then
Yeah.
people can watch.
Yeah, it seems like he should be relatively happy with a point so far. He's been doing quite well. He seemed to have had a few kind of efforts carrying off the crossbar, but shots on target ratio is pretty bad. 13 shots free on target for SMG. How was your penalty going, Dom?
It has been awarded. The commentary said it was contentious. It was difficult to see. Jonathan David has converted it rather. It is 1-1, Grimmy back. I didn't really see what the foul was supposed to be. The commentary did say that it was contentious.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry, we'll get this on screen. It was he skipped a highlight. Come on, boys. Come on. This is the biggest goal of the tournament. What's going on? Right, it was a long ball played over. Anyway, from the defence. The whole defensive line from Gormy pushed up. Immobile ran through and he's hit it from outside of the box as the keeper rushes out. And it's a goal. Massive goal for Miakan. I was going to call him Meerkat then, sorry. But this puts him currently in second place and sees him definitely through. What can Gormy do to come back now? Back to Dan.
It's 1-0 here. We had the penalty goal. That was kind of it. We did have a big chance from a corner, not converted. Cambrodia's just went and changed his routines off the back of that, so he's maybe just seen the danger coming from Grimmy set piece there. But other than that, nothing really to talk about. 1-0 against two teams that are being very close. Grimmy will be a bit frustrated. He's been the better side and probably does deserve to win this game as things stand. But right now, it is Cam on the attack. And all deflected shot Ramsdale catches.
Right, we'll go to Lou. We haven't been to you for a while, mate. How's your game getting on?
Chances for both teams. AJ has switched his formation up a little bit. He's gone for two up top now. He wants to try and get this. As it's a goal and it's Vlahovic. And Malinovsky does brilliantly in the box, plays it into Vlahovic, and it is 1-0 to AJ.
How soon did you just not have a goal?
And it's in, and it smashes it past the keeper. He did have a good chance earlier as well. Hit the bar with one cleared off the line in the same highlight. But that's his first shot actually on target.
Goal,
Harry. What is this? Simji's been absolutely peppering how his goals are shot, but it's a counter attack. He's taken advice from Tattooed Viking and Jamie FM in his chat. Two famous owners in the previous season's qualifiers, and it's gone ball through to Kavaric Keller, and it's gone off the post and in, just trickled over the line. Not sure how he's done this, but how he's managed to sneak ahead, and he's absolutely loving it.
We'll go straight to Don then and catch up on his goal. Go on, Don.
Yeah, it's Umar Sadiq for Grimmy. It really was about him just keeping Cambrodia pinned in his box. Eventually it got clear only as far as Kevin and Babu, who dribbled through a couple, took a shot. It was cleared back out. It's another goal, by the way, as I'm talking about this.
Goal! What a goal! Sorry, Don, but this could be goal of the tournament. It's Gormy 2, Miakan 2. This second half here, if you've been watching it on screen, everybody, this has been absolutely fantastic football. And the goal bended in from just outside the edge of the area. I didn't even see who it was. I just seen the ball leave his foot. It curled all the way around into the top corner. And this could be Gormy's biggest goal of his life. We'll find out who it is soon.
Yeah.
Back to Don.
Yeah, so basically, Kevin and Babu, your game's far more important than this one. So take full action there, King. Well, good hosting there, mate. But yeah, so Babu's came in, he's had a shot, it's deflected out, then been tackled by Babu again, and then fell to Umar Sadiq, who tapped home. The second one was Jonathan David. I didn't really see the build up. I apologise. It is 3-1, Grimmy. It's about to be full time as long as nothing happens in this highlight. Although it's a chance. It's a goal, Cambrodia, you know. It's 3-2 in the last minute. It's a little too late, but Alex Mareba with the goal. Really, really poor tackle here. We'll hopefully get to see the replay. It is literally in the last minute. Cam's making some change. We're not going to see the replay anyway. But yeah, Alex Mareba with the goal to get back to 3-2. But I still think the points head towards Grimmy here.
You've just missed the goal for Harry as well. Don't know how that's gone, but he's somehow managed to get the probably the least deserved 2-0 win I've ever seen. Is the advice, to be fair, the advice he's taken from his chat has really, really helped him because he's actually been able to do some good countering. And it was, I believe it was Che Adams, your boy, Don, slotting him from about 2 yards out. That means should be top 3, should be secure unless Simji makes a massive comeback.
I can give you the goal scorer for Gormy with the second goal. I think his first name is Edison, and it's Edison Alvarez with the goal. So
It is Edison, indeed.
Amir Khan did try and make some changes after that goal went in to go a bit more attacking, but it has ended 2-2. This was an absolute cracking game, and it deserved to be on the main screen and deserved to be the decider of who finished second or third. It stays as the same as it finished 2-2. Gormy's going absolutely crazy. We can see him on stream now. He's doing his best impression of Ted Lasso. And I don't blame him. That was absolutely amazing stuff. The probably goal of the tournament, has sealed his second place and his pathway into the finals.
Yeah. If I was Mircon, I'd be quite comfortable on 13 points. It's 13 points with 10 goals scored and 0 goal difference. Just so it'll go points, goal difference, then goals scored. So I think he's in fairly reasonable shape there, looking at Group B next week. Obviously, he does have a 10-day sweat because Group B, I believe, is next Thursday. Mal, you'll be able to confirm those dates.
It will indeed be next Thursday, yes.
So it's 10-day sweat, 9-10-day sweat here for Mircon to find out if he gets to be in that Road to Legends Season 2 final. Fingers crossed for him, obviously without having bias to any of our Group B opponents. I think he's played absolutely phenomenal today. 13 points, Eloise, 13 points. So, sorry, I'll clarify that. 13 points, 0 goal difference, 10 goals for Mircon. So, it's a really, really strong position for him to be in. I believe last season 12 points was enough, so we'll see how he gets on this year.
Have we got any updates on the rest of the games?
No, we're finished now. AJ did in the end beat Wild 1-0. Fairly close game. First shot on target for AJ, got himself the goal, the win, and the title.
Go, Harry! And it's Che Adams again, with his second of the game. Pretty sure he's had 3 attacking highlights and he's scored all 3 of them. Harry's well on for his first win of the tournament, and to be fair, for a smash and grab win, he's been doing absolutely gangbusters. Simji seems a bit devastating, just can't really believe what's happening. So I'm not sure if those. I'm not sure if Harry's going to keep using this, because this is a very, very good sort of smash and grab sort of tactic. That's how Harry has found it, because he's got three goals from, I think, 4 shots on target. Yeah, it's 3-0.
He did say after, I think it was his 4th, maybe 5th game, that he will get that one win tonight, and it looks like it's coming. Just a quick shout out. Thank you for the raid from Grimmy and from FM Mircon and from Wald. So big thanks to you guys. And lucky on your tournaments tonight. Maybe not unlucky for you, FM Mircon, but we'll find that out next Thursday evening. Back to Mal for the rest of your game. We'll leave you to close it out.
Simji's made a couple of changes to try and potentially claw something back in this game, but honestly, I think as it stands, Harry's looking quite comfortable. To be honest, he's got his hands and head sitting back, putting his feet up. As the clock ticks down, going towards early time now. Yeah, to be fair, Harry's had 7 shots on target. I didn't really see many of them, but he's actually come back into the game since the first half. And yeah, it's going. It's full time, and it's full time now. And Harry has secured his first win. Absolutely delighted with that.
I tell you what, there'll be easier opponents to get your first win against than Simji. By the way, Simji is a very, very tough opponent. So well done, Harry.
Definitely.
You got the win, mate. Yep. You can go to bed with a smile on your face, my friend.
Yeah, top man. Yeah, well done, Harry, on that. Simji looking dejected. To be fair, I think he sort of knew that his chance of qualifying went out the window early on. But Yeah, he's didn't help himself with a 3-0 loss in that game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Again, though, Simj coming from our qualifiers, and he's there or thereabouts at the end. So it shows that the qualifier system's working.
Shout out to Cambrodia for the raid. So we've got the graphic up now. We'll go through the scores, and then we'll try and get a league table run through if somebody can keep an eye on that. We got Simji 0, Harry 3 with his first win of the night. He's going to be over the moon with that. We had a game and a half here between Gormy and Mircon that finished 2-2. That's seen Gormy go through in second and possibility of Mircon in third best placed player. Grimmy 3, Cambrodia 2, and then AJ cemented his top of the table finish in style with a 1-0 win over Wald. And that is the game, week 7 completed. We do have also a rundown of the final table to show you. So after 7 games and all matches played on the night, AJ finishes top on 18 as the undisputed Group A champion. Gourmet in second on 15, also going through with a great showing from Gourmet. FM Mircon in third on 13 with a decent shot of going through as the best third place player. Simji, 4th place on 9 points. Wall 5th place on 8 points. Grimmy 6th on 7 points. Cambrodia 7th on 6 points, and Harry in 8th on 4 points. Is anyone who want to jump in and add anything just before you do? Thank you to everybody that's raided. I think Harry Ingram, AJ. If I've missed anybody, I'm sorry, but fire away, lads. Got anything to add?
I just think this has been another fantastic, advertisement for FM Draft, and I think you've seen top quality drafts from so many people, be that AJ, be that Gourmet at the top. Mircon's done fantastic. It's great to watch these guys. It's great to watch Wald again, Simj. I'm literally going to name everyone in this pool. Grimmy, Cambrodia, and Harry. It's been fantastic to watch these all draft, and these are all at a very, very high level of this competition. And tonight, I think, shows that there's not been any real bad games. There's been games where the FM gods have just decided they don't want to give us goals, but that's nothing else to it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But it's been fantastic to watch all you guys again. Thanks very much.
No problem. Mao, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, it's that was really decided on that final game with Gourmet and Mircon, and to be fair, 2-2 draw did seem like it was deserved for both of them, overall in the tournament and in the game too. I will say it's nice to see everyone get a win, including Harry getting that 3-0 win final game. It did show there's like some pretty. Despite a couple of people being a bit off the pace, it was actually quite even in quality, and we did see Grimmy make a bit of a comeback himself as well, from being 1 point going up to 7 towards the end. So yeah, all good. Yeah, it was a good tournament, and yeah, all the competitors were lovely as usual, and can't really complain about that. So top stuff.
And anything from you, Lo, on the games and the division standings?
Well, I mean, it's been another great tournament. When we were going through the draft, we couldn't really, unlike last week where we sort of knew where we were going. This guy had a great pick. This guy had a great draft. You couldn't really separate them. So a lot has got to be said about how people have set up and got themselves wins. So yeah, absolutely brilliant tournament again.
Yeah, great, definitely. Just adding onto that from me, shout out to AJ for winning it. I think he was early favourites from a few people. Not to discredit anybody else in the draft, because everybody brings their own different thing to the draft. But shout out for you for winning it. You've cemented your place in the finals. I'm expecting a massive show from you. Maybe even going on to win that. Gourmet for getting into his finals. I know he played in the FMTM and just unluckily went out in that, but he did have GYR in his group and stuff. So that's a great result from Gourmet. So fair play to you as well, mate. Big congratulations on Harry for getting your first win of the night just at the end. And hopefully FM Miacon's done enough there as well to cement his third place, but we'll find out. But yeah, fantastic night. Have we got anybody ready to come in? I think we have.
We do.
We'll do an interview with Gormy first, second place, and then we'll be getting AJ in just after. So we'll get him in. Welcome in, Gormy, my friend. How you doing?
Doing good. Very happy with how things ended. I was very nervous at the end because I did not have my playmaker. And then I had a defensive midfielder play that role, and he ended up getting me through. So,
congratulations, mate, on your second place. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, didn't lose a game. So, yeah.
I know, very, very good record. What I'll do is I'll pass you around for a few questions from everybody else, and then we'll come back for me. We'll start with you, Louis, as you're next to me, mate. Any questions?
When you finished the draft, how did you feel that actually went for you? And did you get the people that you actually wanted for the draft for today?
Yeah, I mean, going into it, I kind of had like a system that I wanted to try and do because I had attempted it in the FMTM draft and it went pretty well. And I just needed to make sure that I had exactly the right people today. Turns out I definitely did. The only person that I wish I could have maybe had was Jude Bellingham, but I mean, everyone wants Jude Bellingham. So I was happy with the group that I ended up with. And I mean, they perform really well because a lot of the players get a lot of stick in real life, like Anthony Martial and Eric Bailly, but they both turned up big time today. So I was very happy with how the draft went. I was over the moon with the team that I got. So,
anything else from you, Lou?
No, not with me. Sorry.
All right, we'll pass over to Don then, if that's all right, Don.
Yeah, I'm firstly going to say it's good to see someone actually picking Pulisic because he was a bit of a toxic player to pick last season. I know me and you have spoke about this in the past. And also, welcome to the other side, my friend, because obviously you've been on this side with us a couple of seasons ago. You're now actually getting into the draft scene and actually getting a competitive drafting. So, really, really solid result. I'm absolutely made up in the moon for you, my buddy. How does it feel to sort of switch from this side to that side? Is the question I'm going to ask. I've obviously done it the other way around rather than you're kind of doing it the reverse way, if you like.
Yeah. I mean, being on the commentary side, like you get to see a lot of like the magic of the games happen and kind of get to root for whoever you want. But I mean, when you're on this side, you definitely have to back yourself to do better than everyone else. Else you're not going to be able to get your team to perform. And I mean, when I saw the step come out, I was like, okay, I think I can do pretty decent with this. And I mean, it's definitely way more nerve-wracking. Definitely way more nerve-wracking because I mean, you have to make sure that you're going to be like on the ball and know how you're going to outplay everyone else. Whereas when you're on the commentary side, you kind of get to have fun. You don't have to worry about, oh my God, is my goalkeeper going to pull Manuel Neuer like he did? It almost cost me going through. So, I mean, yeah, it's definitely different. But if I had to kind of say how it feels, definitely way more nerve-wracking.
Any more questions from you, Don?
No, I think I'm pretty good.
I have a question for Don. Where'd your beard go?
I shaved it off, mate. I shaved it off. And,
I know.
I will continue to be shaving it off because I like the baby face, to be honest with you. It takes yours off, mate.
You do look a bit younger, actually, Don. And Gormy, it's us that are supposed to be asking you the questions.
I know.
Anyway, we'll follow over to Mal.
Yeah, so first of all, congratulations on getting through, Gomi. It was a really good performance. That you were quite lucky to lose that title to AJ because you both performed spectacularly well. I watched most of your draft, and I did notice you picking lots of American players. Was that due to any sort of national allegiance, or was it like all part of your grand plan?
No, it actually just kind of fell that way because I knew on the left hand side, I originally wanted Domsguard, but he ended up going. So I was like, all right, I guess I'll go with Christian. And I mean, he ended up showing up. But when it came to depth options, I mean, Tyler Adams, very versatile. We all know he can literally do anything we need him to do. Yunus Musa, probably one of the most well-rounded attribute players. I think he has one that is below 10. So, I mean, I knew that I was going to be getting quality there. And then Gio Reyna, just because of everything that's been going on with him, I was like, you know what, I need some Gio in my life. So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't really due to like, oh, I'm American, so I'm going to pick American players. It was just kind of down to they're there. I know what they're going to offer, and they fit the system that I was going to play. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all for me, I think.
No worries, Mel. Thank you for all your questions. I just want to say congratulations for getting a second place, drafting so many Villa and American players. Obviously, not both of them because we don't have them anymore. We used to have Friedel and Guzan, but separately, I think you drafted 3 maybe Villa players and 4 or 5 possibly American players.
Yeah,
So
4 Americans. I know I had Diego Carlos for sure.
Yeah, Moreno
He can
also played
assist.
for us as well.
Yeah.
So that was good. My questions for you is coming into this draft, you've been in previous just FMTM and you just missed out. You had a really tough group there and you had a great performance. Did you have any nerves coming into this or worries?
Being that we don't find out the step until like a couple hours before, that was the only part that I was kind of nervous about because I didn't want a database from the year I was born with the 98 database coming out. But I mean, when I saw what it was, I was like, okay, I think I have a handle on this and that I can do well because I knew going in, it wasn't going to be easy with the competition that I had as Mir was in my group with FMTM. And as you guys got to see in that last game, I mean, it came down to the wire. So yeah, I didn't really have nerves. It was more of if I get the group, are they going to be able to perform? Because I know that I'm going to have the system to do well.
Yeah, definitely. I love the way you say the year you was born, 98, 99. Come on, Gormy. You're not kidding any of us on that one, mate.
No, I was.
Final question is, you're obviously now in the finals in a few weeks' time. How do you think you're going to do? Are you backing yourself?
Depending on who's all in there, I think I could do all right. I think I could do like solidly. I mean, I don't think that I'll be able to go invincible like I did today. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think that I have a chance to maybe cause a surprise potentially. I mean, AJ's only loss today was to me, and he ended up winning the thing. So hopefully once the day comes, I can have a solid team again and be able to make them perform as well as they did today.
Yeah, definitely. Well, congratulations on your unbeaten night. Congratulations on your second place. You can go away now and rest up for a couple of weeks without any tactical tweaks, and we'll see you back here for the final.
Sounds good, my man. Thank you for putting this on tonight as well. It was a lot of fun.
No worries. There's a lot of people behind the scenes, so it's a group effort here, as always.
Yeah, used to be on that side, so know what all goes into it.
Yeah. All right. Well, you take care, mate. Thank you for coming.
You guys too. No problem. See ya.
So there was Gourmet, our second place competitor, and we'll bring in tonight's champion, the lovely AJ. Welcome in, AJ. How are you?
I appreciate that you called me lovely. That was nice. I like that. I'm just waiting for Don. Don, you have to introduce me, Jim White over there. Come on, everyone.
Go on in, John.
Oh, it is. I don't think I've ever heard a Jim White introduction, to be honest with you. Yeah.
I can't be the only person who's told you sound like Jim White.
No, you genuinely are.
Not be the only person who told you that.
You genuinely are, but I'm taking it as a massive compliment. But I don't think I've ever heard a Jim White introduction because the only bits that I hear of Jim White these days are like the little talk reports clips that they get on Twitter.
Yeah.
And it sort of misses it, and you're just getting the guy that's making the call, and he sounds like an absolute muppet.
Well, next time I speak to you for the finals, I expect a full-on Jim White introduction for it.
You will. Do my research for that one, AJ, for you, my man.
Actually,
I did do the break and transfer news for you, but I don't believe I got clips. So
I'll have to go back through and find it. I'll be there clicking away.
Yeah. It was a Hakimi pick, if it helps you, because that was the one that I thought was a really good one to do it on.
Right then, questions. We'll start with Mal this time and go back round the other way.
Hello AJ.
Hi, Mal.
It's good to see you get through to the finals again. I mean, you were obviously in the finals automatically last time, but you probably were the pre-tournament favourite with how you've been doing in other drafts, and also the fact that you got to the semi-final last time. How did you feel with the stipulation? It was quite a broad pool. I think that sort of suited you quite well, right?
I think the pool was fine. I think whatever pool it was, I've done enough drafts now where I don't really. I mean, I was just playing my save previously, so I didn't really know the stipulation till very late anyway. But I think I've done enough drafts now that no matter what the pool's going to be and whatever the stipulation is, I've got 10 players for every position that I want. I know exactly. I mean, it's not like I'm coming into a tournament with a surprise tactic. My tactic's the same. I adapt it for, different updates of the game, but the formation's the same. I know what players I need to make it work. And to be fair, everyone played really well today, other than Grimmy, who took Griffo, and I hope he loses every ranked game he ever plays again. But no, I'm happy, and the fact that I managed to win it without Griffo, who is, as you guys know, so integral to the way that I play. I'm very happy that we were able to sort of still do it.
Yeah. That's all for me, I think.
No worries. Dan?
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of just say congratulations, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch the draft. I think I've had the pleasure of watching you a few times in the past sort of couple of months now, and it's always a joy. Obviously, you said to me, and I'm going to highlight this Griffo pick, because you said pre-tournament when I was in your chat, I know I didn't hear who you said, but I assume it was Grimmy. It's like, I know he's going to pick him quite early. He really, really likes him. And then you got the pick first, and you went for Vlakic. Now it's worked out, and I seen your reaction as soon as Griffo went. Did you? Are you happy with how it worked out in terms of that, or?
So Griffo is, for some people, a meme pick because he's not someone that is on a lot of people's radar. I love everything about him. He's my David Beckham. He's my captain. He's everything for me. Cambrodia is a big Griffo fan as well. So it was kind of between me and Cambrodia who were going to get Griffo. And we had kind of like a gentleman's agreement not to pick him within the first 5 rounds or something like that. And then Grimmy was like, no, I'm taking him first, which I think kind of didn't backfire for him, but it was one of those where I don't think Griffo's a Grimmy player or a Grimmy pick, because when I spoke to him during the game, he was playing him as a left mid, and for myself and I think Cam as well, I've always played Griffo right mid, winger on attack, get him forward, get him crossing the ball, because he is so deadly with those passes and his vision, his crossing, everything. So that was the only thing. I mean, it has made me second guess whether I take Griffo as a first pick in the future. But I think in such a small pool, and especially since I didn't think anyone was going to pick like Haaland or Messi or someone like that, which I was Messi went, but with so few elite strikers for kind of like that 30 million mark that would fit my system, I couldn't risk Vlahovic going. He didn't really play that well, in all honesty, but thankfully the rest of the team kind of made up for it.
Yeah. No, I just thought it was quite an interesting situation. Obviously, I didn't know about the little gentleman's agreement you had with the other person. But yeah, no, congratulations again, mate. I'll kind of just pass this on now, and thanks very much,
Thanks, mate. Appreciate you.
Over to you, Lou.
Yeah, obviously you've got your formation and everything that you've been using. Were you worried after that first game? Because obviously the first game was the one that you lost to Gormy. Were you worried that it may not be right for you, or do you have that trust in your system?
I know what AJ Ball does, and I think it was the second game because I won the first one. I think it was like 5-1. I think no one wants to lose a game. I probably deserve to lose that game, simply for the fact that it was one of those where, you know, players weren't really at the races. There was a disallowed goal that probably would have turned it back in my favour. And it was just one of those, we gave away a silly penalty, and then suddenly, you know, the players' heads were down, you know, virtually. And it just, I couldn't get back into the game. But I think one thing that I'm getting better at in FM is, when I first started drafting, I was all, you know, I want to attack. I want everything to be perfect passing. I want loads of goals. Whereas now it's results. And I think I'm getting much better at, I was saying to Gavin Brash, I'm getting much better at organising the game and controlling the game in that way and making a change before something happens. I know I lost that game and there was kind of nothing I could really do, but I think it speaks for the depth of my draft that I had 6 first-team players out for a game, and I still had players in every position ready to come in, and not only come in, then pick up a really big 3-0 win, where, like I said, I had six first-team players out of my team, all basically defensive players. AJ Bull has a very specific kind of player for each position, and as long as I draft a player for that position, I'm pretty confident that whoever starts the game is going to be able to do a job. So, yeah.
And who do you feel was your real standout player for this one?
Rich Arlison. He turned up today. Like, he was so good. I have a bit of mixed feelings about Rich Arlison. Don't like him in real life. I do kind of like him in FM, but he's very inconsistent. Sometimes he comes in and he stinks up the place. Sometimes he comes in and just lights it up. But I think him, and I really liked DePaul on the right-hand side as well. Him as my Griffo replacement. He's never going to replace Griffo in my heart, but he played some really good balls, and there were kind of opportunities where... and also, Malinovsky, my favourite shadow striker in the game, he just comes up. He does it in every tournament. He'll come up with one absolute wonder goal to win me a game. And the difference between 1 point and 3 points is so big in competitions like this. So having a player like Malinovsky sat behind a striker is just spectacular.
I'm all good here.
Well, I've only really got... Well, I'll have a question and then a follow-up question because Lou stole my question. Thanks for that. It was going to be about how did you feel after the first game win. But anyway, you're a regular in and around the finals of tournaments and the top of the tables if it's a groups. What expectations did you have coming into today? Did you feel confident
to win it?
Yeah.
If I hadn't won today... It would have been a travesty, in all honesty. Especially if Grimmy beat me with Griffo playing, I would have probably just turned my computer off. But no, in all honesty, there's some really good drafters. But I think once I'd looked at my team and I saw how much depth I had, there was no way that I couldn't win this. I think, like I said, I'm getting better at managing games. But I think previously, if I lost a game, I'd be a bit down about it. I'm trying not to take things as seriously as I did previously, and I think I think my drafting is benefiting from that, because that loss, it was a heavy 3-0 loss. I wasn't in the game at all, but the next game we come out, we get a scrappy win, and that basically just set the scene. I mean, like I said, I'm getting better at winning games by maybe 1-2 goals. You get the odd one where it's a battering, but I think knowing the system and knowing what my players can do, and knowing from where I started to where I am now in terms of drafting, like it's night and day. And I was saying to like the Steak Bake, Davids, Wally, all these people who helped me in the background when I first came into drafting. We had like spreadsheets, we had this, we had that. Whereas now I feel like I know exactly what I want. I know exactly what kind of players I want. I rock up, I pick those players, and then I know that at the end of the day, I'm going to be there or thereabouts. And if I don't win it, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah, definitely. I do feel like that third game for you getting the win after that 3-0 loss, because like you said, your players just didn't turn up, and we all have them games, and people that don't draft regularly might not know. After a 3-0 loss like that could turn your tournament right round, and to come back after that was really good. So congratulations on that. How do you think you're going to fare in the finals?
I'm going to win it. There's literally no doubt in my mind that I'm winning it.
I love it.
I also don't realize until I like slow the games down, but the high press in this FM where so many players make mistakes, especially defenders with low concentration. I don't understand why more people don't just completely press. Like, get your players with tips for everyone. Just get players with loads of stamina and then just press everyone. Because all the mistakes, like I think I got like 4 goals from just defenders being pressed. It was crazy. But yeah, if I don't win the whole thing, then again, it's a travesty. And no one pick Griffo, please. Okay, thanks.
There we go. Then I don't think we need to do the final anymore.
For the final, we make a step that doesn't have Griffo in it.
Listen, if Griffo's not there, I'm not coming. Thanks, lads.
No worries, AJ. You take care, mate, and thank you. Cheers. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you for the final. Right. Oh, wow. There we go. Another night done. Another group out the way. How's everybody felt about tonight?
Yeah, very good, very good. And it was still close. There were still things on the line at the end. Not quite as close as last week's drama, but it was still really close. There was something to fight for at the top end towards the end. So yeah, really good. Really looking forward to seeing what Group B does for us next week.
Yeah. What about you, Mal? How have you felt with how tonight's gone?
Yeah, really impressed with pretty much everyone involved. They all, even Harry getting his last win, like they all show like they do have what it takes draft wise. Even the even the people who are off the pace, like they managed to get a win and claw some stuff back. But yeah, great performances all around. Generally, cannot complain about that. Top stuff.
Yeah, and what about you, Dan? How have you felt about how tonight's gone?
I think tonight's been absolutely brilliant. It's been, another top class draft to watch. We've obviously had amazing people in our background. We've had RC, Eloise, Jono, all doing stuff in the background to make our job a lot easier as well. So a huge thanks to them as well. I don't really have a whole lot to add because, it's just, you guys make life so easy for me. You really do. So, and I just love to watch these guys draft. It's a huge pleasure.
Yeah, you don't actually realise until you're sat here doing it on this side, watching other people draft, how much you can take in. And from my point, the best parts of the night have been Mal's analogies, the jumpy man, that man Martial, and he's not all there mentally. and then you've got Dom with the whip of the crack. And the goal reaction in the Harry Ingram and AJ game at 1-1. Like, I've written all these down so we can hopefully get some snippets for future RTL videos. So we've had some really good moments. That goal from Gormy to send him through, him going unbeaten, absolutely fantastic. AJ winning it. We don't need to do the final. We already know who's going to win. So, but we will be there. We will be there. Don't worry. So, anyway, it's been a brilliant night. We will all be back next Thursday with Group B, and I'm sure it'll be just as good. So, what we'll do is we'll do a few shout outs and that. If you want to, Louis, go first.
You can find me on Twitch, Louis_gaming, on every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday.
Mal?
You can find me on Twitch, Malteser_Falcon, just like it says down there. And there is also the wrestling podcast I do with Eloise and Tim. It's going to have an episode soonish. We still need to record it, but go and follow us as well. Howling at the Moonsault on YouTube.
And over to you, Don.
You can find me at twitch.tv/TheDonGamingFM because apparently you can't get the name you want because somebody else who's never on Twitch has it. Usual complaints. Probably won't be for another couple of weeks. I'm currently setting up the overlays that FM Hub have kindly sent me over. So I'm trying to get them and rework my entire OBS to match the standard of the graphics they've sent me over. So that's going to take a while and a bit of Googling for me to make sure I'm matching that. But that's where you can find me normally.
Right, so a few shout outs from me first before me. Eloise with the graphics and all the stuff behind the scenes, and not just tonight,
We've
but,
just-
but
we've just
through
raised
the
it.
whole tournament.
Yeah, I
Eloise,
set the raid up too early. Sorry, mate.
Oh.
Sorry, mate.
oh, you cut me off. But anyway, shout out to Eloise, shout out to Jono, shout out to RC, massive shout out to Malby for all your background work. And if you haven't signed up to FM Hub, get in there and sign up. And you can find me at FM King 007 on Twitch. There we go. Did I get all that in time?
Nope. You got in for the VOD.
Oh, well, there you go.
Right. I'll hit that end broadcast button.